Introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
My name is Neil Heslin. I'm the father of Jesse McCord Lewis, killed at Sandy Hook Elementary in a school murder, December 14, 2012.
Mr. Heslin, why is today so important for you?
Today is very important for me. It's been a long time coming. I feel very good about being here today. Face Alex Jones, to hold accountable for what he said and did to me. Restore the honor and the legacy of my son that is tarnished by Mr. Jones.
Mr. Heslin, you might have seen yesterday that Mr. Jones' attorney said that he would be here today. You might have known that it was understood he would be here today. How does it make you feel sitting in this courtroom right now and Mr. Jones is not sitting here facing you?
It's a disrespect. I think it is a cowardly act of Alex Jones not to be facing me here in this courtroom. I've been here for a week and a half. My final testimony, Mr. Alex Jones does not have the courage to sit in front of me or face me on this morning.
Explain to us how it is that you expect to restore Jesse's honor with your testimony and through this process.
Very important for me to have this trial, this testimony today. We should hold Alex Jones accountable and InfoWars for their actions. Statements and the remarks and the comments made by both InfoWars and Alex Jones repeatedly tarnish Jesse's legacy, questioning whether he died, whether he's still alive. I can't even put in words how difficult it is to lose a child, regardless of that age, and under such brutal and horrific circumstances in elementary school. Just something that safely should have never been touched. Brought into a conspiracy theory, a hoax. Just, I can't even describe the last 9.5 years of living hell that I was have had to endure because of the negligence and the recklessness of Alex Jones. Propaganda that he was peddled for his own profits and success.
Mr. Heslin, tell us about when you first remember hearing of this ugly, profane conspiracy theory that Sandy Hook didn't happen, that Jesse wasn't murdered.
I wish the fact that those statements, I wish that it was true. I wish that Jesse was alive. That's not the case.
Please speak up for us a little bit on this so that we can hear you, please.
I said I wish that was the case, and the fact that Jesse was alive. I became aware of the statements, the remarks, that it didn't happen, Sandy Hook. Jesse didn't die. 2013.
And how did it make you feel? In 2013, months, weeks, days after Jesse's murder, hearing that people were beginning to believe this thought that in fact did not happen.
it was very disturbing. I was suffering at that time with mourning the loss of my son. I just couldn't fathom or understand why people would have questioned such a horrific tragedy and loss. I still to this day can't fathom. It's taken me years to understand the dynamics and the depth of this conspiracy theories and the hopes that are out there and promoted by Alex Jones and InfoWars. It goes a lot deeper than just statements and the remarks, the broadcast. It resonates out to followers. And what was said about me and Sandy Hook itself, it resonates around the world. It's not just in this courtroom, it's not just in Austin, it's not just in Connecticut, Sandy Hook. It resonates around the world. And as time went on, I truly realized how dangerous it was. The extremists that believe this, that follow Alex Jones and InfoWars and other sources that repeat this, the conspiracy and the hoax. My life has been threatened. I fear for my life, I fear for my safety, and my family's safety.
Mr. Heslin, did you hear what was being said by Alex Jones and his associates as a denial that Jesse ever existed? Did you hear it that way?
Can you explain that a little better?
Sure.
Denial?
Denial
by who?
When Alex Jones and his associates said that this never happened, did you hear them saying that Jesse never existed? If it never happened, then he never existed. I think you told me that that's the way you've heard it from time to time.
Yes.
How did hearing other people tell you essentially that Jesse never existed make you feel?
It's hurtful. But when you like to step back and finish that first intro, the first part of that, when it's stated that Jesse's was fake, that was an indication that he didn't exist. He did live. I was blessed with 6.5 years. I bought one times. Cherish those days.
Take your time, Mr. Heslin.
There are some tissues there, Mr. Heslin.
Allergies are bad here, I guess.
I know what you're doing today is incredibly difficult.
Yes.
Mr. Heslin,
It reopens the wounds that never really healed, never really closed. After this trial, the outcome of it, yeah, is behind me.
Mr. Heslin,
Put an end to what's been said about Jesse, myself.
tell us if you would about your son, Jesse. Before you do that, Melissa, if you would, please put up 3PX.
And I'm sorry, but can you scoot a little closer to the microphone? Because you are hard to hear.
You'll notice that I put up a picture of Jesse. How old was he when this picture was taken?
That picture was taken about 2 weeks or so before Jesse was murdered. That was his class picture. We didn't get that class picture till so after he was killed, and maybe after the funeral. That exact picture I carry with me every day. Pocket.
Tell us about Jesse, if you would, please, about the child that Alex Jones said never existed.
Jesse was 6.5 years old when he was brutally murdered. He was an energetic child, happy, always wanted to help people. A heart as big as gold. He was a force when he came into the room. Like a tornado came by. Strong, clear voice. Young age, if he was standing behind you, you'd think it was a 40-year-old adult speaking to you. His own soul. I feel like lives. Loved school. Horses, he loved dogs, he loved animals. One of the things he enjoyed most in life were soccer, fishing, the Front Street near our home. Like just before he got killed, somewhere 12. Most fun memories for school. They were just learning they had it's the basic 2+2 is 4. 0 and that equals 40. So we figured out the more zeros you had, the bigger the number you would end up with. And he was so proud of that he could add such large numbers. Simple as it is. He was just so proud. I have to next. Let's say I'll teach psych. For work. Up to earn money, collect files. Whatever little black jobs he could do up at the door for neighbors and friends. Save his money.
He collected coins.
Yeah, the coins he collected were the coins he made working, the coins that came from the balance of the bottles that he collected in cans and returned. And one of the biggest, those the most profitable things for Jesse was collecting scrap metal, taking it to the scrap yard. He driving down the road with somebody be scrap metal that was out by the curbside. We had a pile in our backyard. Periodically, we go load it in one of the trucks. And afterwards, he always want to stop and make these for a treat. Snack you the fruit.
I know this is hard, Mr. Hesselman. I'm very sorry.
All right.
I want to switch gears just a little bit. Because I don't want you to have to relive this day
Sorry.
too much, too long.
You don't need to apologize.
You do not, yes, you do not need to apologize. I'm sorry that we are here. Tell me when you first remember hearing about the man Alex Jones.
I heard the name Alex Jones and I heard the InfoWars early on after the beginning of 2013. I don't recall. I actually connected both Alex Jones and InfoWars together. Statements and comments that would be resonated by both Alex and InfoWars. I put everything together. I tried to ignore it. Tried to put it on my mind, feed into it. As time went on, it escalated quite a bit more. There's a lot more out being peddled on the internet. Social media platforms being brought to my attention more often, more frequently. Be asked irrational, sane people why people would say these things. Why would they, like, believe, state that this tragedy or this murder didn't happen, that Jesse wasn't killed? Why people accused himself and others of being crisis actors, fake, phony. It took me a long time to really understand the dynamics of it. I couldn't explain that. I couldn't give the people an answer. Sure. There's people out there in this world, and then I realized psychopaths like Alex Jones. They're motives.
You didn't watch or listen to Alex Jones, did you?
I never listened to Alex Jones. I never followed him. And, the only time I did watch him was when things were brought to my attention, and I was forced to see what was being said about me, about Jesse, about the tragedy.
When these things are being said about you, Sandy Hook didn't happen, that you never held your child, that your child never existed, are you having encounters with people in the public about these horrific lies?
I do. I have. Right up to this day.
Talk to us about some of the earliest encounters.
There's so many of them. There's such a variety of them. The encounters or interaction, many of them are on the internet, many of them anonymous phone calls. A large number of people come up to you. Travels. It's just became a way of life.
Is it still that way of life today for you?
Pardon?
Is it still that way of life today for you? Is it still that way of life today for you? People encountering you in the public and pushing these awful lies and conspiracies that Alex Jones has broadcast.
Yes, it is. Sometimes it's more often than not. Sometimes there's fewer encounters or interactions. There's no rhyme or reason how often or how frequent, but overall, it's frequent.
And when it happens, do these encounters often specifically mention Alex Jones and InfoWars?
They do. A lot of times, no one's mentioned or particular.
Every time this happens, and we're going to go into a few of these, but every time this happens, does it reopen that wound, that scar of Jesse's murder?
It does. Brings back memories, brings back flashbacks. That day. Brings back the memories of when Jesse was alive. Blessed to have those memories. Pictures of. When you think about those memories, when you look at pictures, it's sad. It's easier to try to put it in the back of your mind. Not think about it.
We've in this trial heard about the interview that you gave to Megyn Kelly.
Yeah.
You've seen some stuff with that, and you obviously you lived it, right?
Pardon?
You lived it. You gave an interview to Megyn Kelly at her request.
I did.
Tell us why you did that, Mr. Heslin.
Did that interview for a couple of reasons. Hopes of reaching Alex Jones and trying to get him to stop what he was saying and doing. I never attacked Alex Jones viciously or negatively. In fact, that interview with Father's Day, we later wished him a happy Father's Day. I'm thinking how lucky Alex was. He's a very lucky man to have his children with him. I hope he has for the rest of his life. I would wish upon Alex or anybody who lost the ice and stain through a child. He's very blessed to have his children. And God bless him for that.
Before you gave this interview with Miss Kelly, did you ask Alex Jones and his show to stop with what they were doing to you?
Did I ever ask Alex Jones to stop what he was doing?
What do you know that? Do you know that he was asked? Let me ask it another way. Do you know that he was asked before this interview to stop what he was doing?
I do know that. I heard that he was. I personally didn't ask him before that. I never had any attempts or way that I knew of contact Alex Jones or to reach him to personally tell him. The way I really had was through the media.
And after that Megyn Kelly interview, in April of 2018, you first became aware of Owen Schroyer, broadcaster and newscaster and employee of Alex Jones.
Correct.
I'm going to play what's already been played, a cut of it, Plaintiff's Exhibit 23. And after we play it, I'm going to ask you a few questions. Okay, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Play that for us, please, Melissa.
You would remember, let me see how long these clips are. You would remember if you held your dead kid in your hands with a bullet hole. That's not something that you would just misspeak on. So let's roll the clip first. Neil Heslin telling Megyn Kelly of his experience with his kid.
At Sandy Hook Elementary School, one of the darkest chapters in American history was a hoax.
Lost my son. Buried my son with a bullet hole through his head.
Neil Heslin's son Jesse, just 6 years old, was murdered, along with 19 of his classmates and 6 adults, on December 14th, 2012, in Newtown, Connecticut.
Yeah, I dropped him off at 9:04. That's when we dropped him off at school. Hours later, I was putting on my body bag. So making a pretty extreme claim that would be a very thing vivid in your memory, holding his dead child. Now, here is an account from the coroner that does not corroborate with that narrative.
We did not bring the bodies and the families into contact. Pictures of them, of their facial features. It's easier on the families when you do that. There is time and place for up close and personal in the grieving process. To accomplish this, we felt it would be best to do it this way, and it's sort of control situation.
It's got to be. Should have been able to actually see her.
Well, at first I thought that, and I had questioned maybe wanting to see her.
Okay, so just another question that people are now going to be asking about Sandy Hook, the conspiracy theorists on the internet out there that have a lot of questions that are yet to get answered. I mean, you can say whatever you want about the event. That's just a fact. So there's another one. Will there be a clarification from Heslin or Megyn Kelly? Hold your breath. So now they're fueling the conspiracy theory claims. Unbelievable. We'll be right back with more.
Will there be a clarification from Heslin? Sir, I would never take this moment away from you. You have the floor.
Did hold my son with both holes in his head. Felt the head on that. And the other people saw Jesse with both holes in his head with the casket. Jesse had it's on his death certificate. He died of a gunshot wound to the head. The wound on the looking down at him, it would be his left or his right side. Yeah, there was a mark where he was gazed by a bullet. It was described to me as bullet splatter later. It was clearly a gaze. He was gazed by a bullet. Fatal shot was just to his forehead. And it just blooded Caroline. left side. Center. Shattered skull. So with the rear left of his skull. That's a wound. Size of a softball.
Asking for a clarification of that is tantamount to saying it didn't happen. How did that make you feel?
I'm not judging.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. I'm sorry.
Not really had. Bone fragments. Facial material. That's funeral. Again, eyes not to touch Jesse's head. It's very fragile. Basically, would have fallen apart. Died 2 feet from his teacher. More. Gun jammed. At one point. Jesse knew that. That moment. As he yelled for his classmates to run. He did. I am alive today because of his actions. 11 survived. Bathroom. Jesse died again. It's been brought to my attention and mentioned to me after by the parents. Runners. Scroll after. Cleaned up. The only way to describe it was like about that zone. Lock was shot out. Was shot out, shattered. Was shattered. One entry. Glass still remained on the ground. The school, the front doors there to the right, the front doors. There's a big plate glass. Had a blade to shot glass out. What they were building. Page. Spent a lot of time in the classroom. So like this, Jesse's body was. School was later torn down. Relocated on the same site where the murders occurred in the school, the building, the classroom. That's referred to as sacred ground. Right, it's a silent memorial, just a mound with some trees around it. every December 14th. The time of murder.
Mr. Heslin, may I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Every time that you hear this lie that Alex Jones has pushed, does it make you relive everything you just told us?
Yes, because I was at parts.
How traumatizing is that to you, sir?
So
So sorry, I just can barely hear you. Can
I'm
you
sorry.
please speak up and go closer to the microphone?
I'm sorry, Brian.
It's just, I need you to be able to hear you and I need the jury to be able to hear you,
I
okay?
understand that. I apologize once again.
Don't apologize, just talk loud.
I apologize for apologizing. I wake up at night with panic attacks sometimes. Just, I ended up in the hospital several weeks ago, chest pain. I didn't think I was having a heart attack, but I wasn't. Stress, anxiety that brought it on. I hope the outcome of this trial. That was always Alex Jones accountable. Be able to walk out of this courthouse very soon. It's all behind me. My life.
Mr. Heslin, is holding Alex Jones accountable for what he's done necessary in your mind to move on with your life?
It is. This trial is the only way I can restore my credibility, reputation. Destroyed and damaged by constant attacks and peddling a conspiracy and hoax. At one point I was born. I felt nothing. I'm here in this courtroom. Tell the truth today. I remember when they opened the statements, the defense attorney said, lie to a jury, lose the jury. I would never comply. Never lied about anything.
Mr. Heslin, I understand that your house has been shot at while people yell Alex Jones' name in InfoWars. Is that correct?
Correct.
Tell us about that if you would, please.
2 years back, my home was shot up. Vehicles were shot up in my yard. That's disturbing. Facts are, this trial was supposed to happen a month ago, April, I guess it was. And it was postponed due to bankruptcy filings. The proximity of that time when this case was put on stay. But he drove by my home, shouting out the window, Alex Jones. Sounded like gunfire coming from the vehicle.
You're aware of other threats to the other families of the Sandy Hook school shooting?
I am.
And how does that affect how you deal with what is being said and the lies that Alex Jones is pushing?
So you have to make it. I'm not
Okay,
making it for you.
I object to
Legal
relevant-
objection,
relevance to other families.
overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. You may continue, Mr. Heslin.
I have my own safety to worry about, and my own threats. I am aware of the other, many other threats and situations that have happened. Some of them overlap. All the families, not just one in particular. It's disturbing. I feel bad for the other families if they have to endure that too. I endure it. I have to deal with it. I don't wish it on anybody.
How do you recover from losing a child?
For a long time, you never recover from the loss of a child. I accepted what happened right after it happened. I didn't like it. I couldn't change what happened. But I knew I had to accept it to be able to move forward. I was able to move forward. But I never, you can't do it with a child. It was the foster parents. I lost siblings. Lost the child, there's no comparison to that. When you lose a child, you lose a part of yourself. And it's just a feeling you can't describe. It's an emptiness. You feel violated by the loss of the child. You feel like you've been violated. Wow. Those feelings don't go away. They haven't changed. 9.5 years.
Mr. Heslin, how do you recover from someone lying about the loss or the murder of your child?
Hold them accountable for their actions. Being able to have the opportunity to stand up, verify the truth. I don't have any more answers. I hope that I could provide an answer, and I hope I have closure to it after this trial.
There have been some questions about an apology versus a payment for damages. If you could, explain the difference between those two in your mind.
Alex Jones's apologies are worthless. At this stage, that any apology would not be sincere. It's come too late. His apologies in the past. We saw earlier in this trial, it was, and he continuously went on recklessly. Parker would peddle his propaganda and his lies. I don't know if Alex is even capable of sincere apology. What was the other part of the question?
The apology that you've told us about now. Now I'd like for you to compare that in your words to what you're requesting in this case, damages and money, and why.
Monetary side of it, I believe that's the only way to really put a stop to it, to prevent this from happening anymore. It's clear an apology hasn't worked for Alex. He hasn't been sincere. You give an apology, don't turn around and say, I'm sorry, and recklessly do what you did before. You apologize. That's not an apology. It's just useless words. There's got to be a strong deterrent for Alex Jones, prevent him from peddling this propaganda and put a stop to what's being said to me and about the tragedy, about Jesse, and that with that, I'm able to restore my credibility, my reputation, and Jesse's legacy. He so much deserves. I'm 16 years old. Oh, I remember that as a 6-year-old, 6.5-year-old boy. It would be 6.5. We've been driving now, probably, instead of riding the bike. I wouldn't be here today if he was here.
As a beginning to restoring Jesse's honor, I'm going to ask my last question. Share for us, if you would, one of your favorite memories with Jesse.
Share two memories with you.
You sure can.
Last memory was he was born. There was something small. He was a big baby. He was 11 pounds when he was born. That was the best memory. Worst memory is closed the casket that day. Church went to the cemetery. Cemetery till 9 o'clock at night. I was old.
Thank you, Mr. Heslin. I appreciate your courage and your time today. I don't have any other questions.
All right.
Thank
Can
you.
you keep going right now, Mr. Heslin?
What?
Okay. Mr. Reno?
Good morning, Mr. Heslin.
Morning.
As a father of a 6-year-old myself, I am very, very sorry.
Bless you. And yourself too. For doing it.
God bless you too, sir. I have just a couple of questions, and I don't want to keep you on the stand very long. There were a couple of things I just wanted to clarify. When, or I'll turn it this way, was the first time you actually watched Alex Jones on a screen speaking when it was brought to your attention by Lenny Posner in 2018, the Owen Schroyer report?
Yes, that's correct.
I understand how painful this whole experience must be for you. And I respect your choice, whichever way it went. Have you chosen to watch the rest of the broadcasts that we have in evidence, or have you chosen not to watch any more broadcasts?
Could you clarify that, the broadcast, are you referring, when you say broadcast, are you referring to one broadcast or several broadcasts, or?
So we have in evidence broadcasts from InfoWars from 2012 and 2013, 2014, 2015, and 2016. And then we have the Owen Schroyer InfoWars broadcast in 2017.
Yes.
And my question to you is, I know you watched the Owen Schroyer broadcast.
Correct.
Have you chosen as part of this, what's going on here, to watch the others, or have you chosen not to engage with them?
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, sir. I have watched, I don't know if it's all of them, I've watched a large number of numerous ones. After it was brought to my attention by Lenny Posner, that Snow Posner's father, Snow was killed too in the school shooting. I did look a little deeper into broadcast clips, but I never watched Alex Jones' show. I became more aware of who Alex was. He had a show with platforms.
You told us that during the period before,
Right.
I'd like to refer you to the period before the Megyn Kelly interview.
Yes.
That,
Period. Okay.
that during that period, before you went on Megyn Kelly, you were generally aware of conspiracy theorists and rumors online. Is that correct?
Yes and no. I was aware of the statements, the comments, the remarks. It took a little bit of time to really put it together, what the conspiracy and a hoax was. There was just so much of it, and it was all intertwined. And as I stated before, it took me a long time to understand the dynamics and the depth of the conspiracy and the hoax theory and hoaxers, which I don't even think was a word till the tragedy. Lenny was the one that started that hoaxers. But I was aware of things on the internet, pictures, the Super Bowl picture that we all saw. That was election, that was 2013. Clearly Jesse was born in 2012. I did see that picture. It was floating around the internet. I'm not on the internet a lot. I'm not a female social media or anything. The last few years became a little more up on it. Phones, I still prefer an old-fashioned phone. Hope that answered your question.
Does.
Clarify it.
It does. And so what I took from your answer is that you were, although you've never seen Alex Jones's show, you were generally aware that there were a lot of people online that were engaging in conspiracy theories about the tragedy at Sandy Hook. Is that correct?
I didn't know who they were or how many or anything. Like I said, I just didn't know the depth of it. Yeah, you go on the computer or somebody sends you an article or tells you to look a link up or something, and you look it up, and that's about as far as it went. I never really, I didn't compile everything together till it got learned the connection between them all, how one feeds the other, and you know, with Alex, he had a platform and he had a very strong voice. He had a lot of power, and statements and remarks and comments resonate to a lot of people. You have other people that fuel that fire with comments and lies, and propaganda that's being repeated by InfoWars or has been repeated by InfoWars. And Alex Jones, the way to describe it is Alex was the one with the match that started the fire. So he's there with the tanker, and other people are bringing pieces of wood and fueling the fire. That's because Alex has such a large platform.
What you just told us, is it fair to say that those are beliefs that you've developed as a result of your discussions with Lenny Posner and with your lawyers and with the expert witnesses?
You mean the statement I just made about the fuel tanker?
Hang on, there's an objection.
First off, I think that directly calls for attorney-client communication.
Sustained,
Secondly, I think that it mischaracterizes the record that we heard this morning.
sustained.
So does that mean I can answer it?
No,
No.
sir, he has to ask you a different question that doesn't violate the rules.
Thank you.
The answer that you gave us previously about what you refer to as the intertwined nature of Alex Jones and people who believe in conspiracy theories. You came to that conclusion at some point after the Megyn Kelly interview as a result of your conversations with Leonard Posner and others.
That's not true. Maybe I can describe it a little better, but there was a menagerie of comments and statements. Can of nuts and bolts, dump it out, and they're all there there till you sort it out. And as I said, I didn't follow it. I didn't investigate it. But then when it got more comment, more of it going on, I had a, I looked into it a little more and I sorted it out, and that's how I put the connection together. No, it didn't come from Lenny Posner or my attorneys. That was from my personal experience and my personal putting into perspective for myself.
And this belief, I'm sorry, sir, have you finished?
We're in a relation on.
And this belief that you formed it in or about 2017?
Before, it kind of developed more. I put it more into perspective. I don't really know when I started to kind of realize there was a conspiracy going on, hoax theory going on. It took right up to today to really put things into perspective, the depth of it. I'm sure I'll learn more in the future.
Would you accept the possibility that the hoax theory that no one died at Sandy Hook did not originate with Alex Jones?
I accepted that.
As a possibility.
Not accepting or not accepting anything. I heard what you said. It was repeated by Alex and rebroadcast on InfoWars. Whether it originated there or not, I personally have no knowledge of where it actually originated, but it was broadcast and publicized on, through Alex and InfoWars. So it the fire resonated around the world through his followers.
You stated before that you have a vendetta against Alex Jones.
No, I don't think I ever said that. I don't think I ever said a vendetta with Alex Jones. I stated Alex started this fight, and I'll finish this fight. No, I don't have a vendetta with him. Once we're done here, sorry about what was said and done to me. Accountability and being responsible, and move forward from there.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your deposition that you gave in January of this year? Yes?
Yeah. Yes, it says my vendetta is with Alex Jones and what was said and done to me. And that's what's got to be set straight. My battle is with nobody but Alex and Schroyer and InfoWars. And that's that.
When you use the term vendetta, a vendetta is a blood feud, right?
I don't really know if I classified it that, but I don't have the point of view of Alex Jones. As I stated before, my was said and done. Once we're done here in court, as far as I'm concerned, this is what Alex is done. Provided, you know, he never mentions me again, moves on. No more conspiracy or hoax theories about Jesse. I have no blood battle with Alex Jones.
Would you agree with me, Mr. Heslin, that prior to Owen Schroyer using your name, neither Alex Jones nor any InfoWars employee had ever said your name or Scarlett Lewis's name?
Objection, Your Honor. Misleading question because we do not have all of the records that we firmly established over and over.
So misleading and false for speculation.
Absolutely.
Sustained.
To your knowledge, before the Owen Schroyer report, had any InfoWars employee or Alex Jones ever mentioned your name or Scarlett Lewis's name?
Have the answer.
Generally, I feel, I don't know if you feel.
Sure, what?
I feel like death is a very private event. Would you agree with that?
Private and sacred, yes.
And that's every death, but especially the death of a child.
I agree with you. I agree with you, yes.
And it's sort of
Or it should be. With Jesse's death, that wasn't possible because it was such a publicized tragedy in the family. Very emotional. That was Christmas.
and there was
That wasn't a possibility, unfortunately. But I do agree with what you said. I wish that was the case.
and there was, I mean, as you just mentioned, there was media from everywhere in Newtown, pretty much immediately. There was,
Take that sight in or that scenery, and I do know there was a lot of reports on the tragedy, as with any major mass tragedy.
would you prefer it if no media were involved ever when there's a mass tragedy like what Adam Lanza did at Sandy Hook?
It's really a that question. I think definitely it's worthy of the tragedy. I think it's something that should be covered by reputable media. I think there should be as much respect and privacy as possible given to the victims or the directly affected. But that's almost an impossible task because the names become part of the news. wish I had Jesse with me. But the loss, I don't want to take it away, but you know, if I had to choose the way he died, and I'm not saying that like, you know, the way I wish it never happened, but it wouldn't have been. It would have been. It wouldn't have been a massacre. I wish it could have been a private. But that's not to say I'm. You know, I want to be real clear with Jerry and everybody else. I work for the media too. I'm not saying I wish he was here, but I'm saying it was a choice different. I wish he had perished in a different way. If he had to. Private way.
Sir,
Yes, sir.
do you find it disrespectful when politicians and media pundits descend upon a mass tragedy and immediately use it to further political goals?
Objection, relevant speculation, disgusting.
Is not relevant, so that is sustained. And I will not respond to the rest.
Don't answer that.
No, sir.
Do you recall going back on the Megyn Kelly show after this lawsuit was filed?
Nope.
And do you recall her asking you, what do you want out of it, Neil?
I vaguely remember the question. I don't clearly remember my response to it.
Would you agree with me that your response mentioned nothing about money? How often do you go to therapy?
Oh, that's a month now. It was monthly in the past. I think I'm on a pretty good path of existence.
I'm sorry, sir.
I need the therapy still, you know, just to stay mentally in tune. Yeah, talk about it.
Have you ever wanted to go to therapy more often?
No, I wish I didn't have to go at all, but I know it's at this time something that I need to do and something I should do. I feel it's important for me anyway. Everybody's different. Gotta have a balance with that. Where I'm at now, about once a month, it's a pretty good balance. Maybe bi-weekly after this.
How much does therapy cost you?
It's around $125 a session.
With Dr. Crouch?
Correct.
After the Sandy Hook school shooting, did you become an advocate for gun control?
Wasn't my intention, probably be viewed but that way. I spoke and told Jesse's story. Any future tragedies like that or school shootings. In the initial part after I told Jesse's story, it was something that I think everybody needed to hear. Better school security. Everything can be improved upon.
You testified before Congress, is that correct?
I did, sir.
In December of 2012, 6 days after the murder, you went on CNN and spoke to Piers Morgan, true?
That time, approximately, I don't recall the exact date, but yes.
A month later, you testified before the Connecticut state government, correct? A couple days later, you went on this is end of January 2013, you went on CNN. Would have been with Senator Chris Murphy, again with Piers Morgan discussing the Second Amendment.
I don't recall that. I can recall that I was on CNN after the initial Piers Morgan. I honestly don't recall.
Do you recall? I'm sorry.
Or discussing the discussion with Diana about the Second Amendment.
You recall in February going on CBS after you testified in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee.
I don't recall. So.
A month later, do you recall coming out in the New York Daily News at a press conference regarding politicians?
I don't recall it.
That same month in March of 2013, do you recall appearing on CNN, The Lead, and being interviewed by Jake Tapper?
I remember an interview with Jake Tapper, correct?
You're familiar with an organization called Demand Action that advocates for gun control?
Sustained.
You testified earlier, I believe, on direct, that after this trial was delayed in April of this year, somebody shot at your house while yelling the name Alex Jones and InfoWars. Do you recall that testimony?
That's correct, sir. Change of words with that.
Will you tell me what it is?
What I said was, I don't know the exact, you probably know when the trial was, it was in April, correct? When it was supposed to go forward before. But at that point, yes, somebody drove by yelling Alex Jones. And what sounded like gunfire coming from the car where they were shooting. No, I didn't state it was shot at my house.
So your your testimony is that after the trial was continued in April, you heard somebody yelling Alex Jones and heard what you thought to be gun.
I didn't state it was shot at my house at that time. That's not true.
Would you agree with me that at the time of your deposition in January, 3 months before April, you had already stated that you'd been shot at?
That's a correct statement.
How many times do you claim that you've been shot at?
Incident that I'm aware of when my home was shot up in the vehicle. I'm not aware of any other fact, short of what I stated about in April. I wasn't shot at in April. I just want to make that clear. I stated what sounded to be, it sounded like gunfire.
You'd agree with me that that's a crime?
What?
You would agree that that's a crime?
I totally do agree with you.
And certainly if somebody shot at your house and shot at your car, that would be a crime as well.
It would be, sir.
A crime that would result in a police investigation. True?
Reached out to the police. Also looked into by the state police.
Do you know Detective Jewis?
Pardon?
Detective Jewis?
I do know.
He testified here the first day. Do you recall
That's
that?
correct. I remember that.
Do you recall his testimony that he hadn't produced or knew of any police reports reflecting harassment by anyone other than Wolfgang Halbig?
But I will add to that, that he was aware of that incident at my home. He did contemplate it. Bullet holes.
No further questions.
All right. Mr. Paul, do you have more? It's
Very
10.
briefly.
Okay, so like total 10 minutes?
Oh, yes.
All right, and we'll just hold off and do one big breakdown all at once. Go ahead.
Detective Dan Jewis, do you recall his testimony, sir?
I do.
Do you remember when Detective Dan Jewis told us that he retired a year ago?
I do.
So Detective Dan Jewis wouldn't have been someone who would have been involved with those reports that you were just asked about, as though it didn't happen, right?
That's correct.
When you tell Jesse's story, is that a way for you to keep him alive?
All I have is Jesse's story to keep him alive, keep his memories alive. Something I did to keep his memory alive was I started a scholarship fund. Gets awarded every year. I get nothing out of it. It's an endowment now. It's awarded every year to a student to meet certain criteria. And I'm very proud of that's his legacy that will live on. Hope to be able someday to do more scholarships.
Thank you, Mr. Heslin. I don't have any questions.
Mr. Ringel?
You talk about, you told us about telling Jesse's story. Would you agree with me that as a result of this, you feel compelled to watch every time there's a school shooting?
Objection, Your Honor, outside scope.
Sustained. All right. This time, we're going to take our first break. This is going to be a little bit longer break for the jury, not as long for the people, the lawyers and I. This is your opportunity to write down questions individually. You're not requested to do so. This is just an opportunity. Remember, all of my prior instructions, they are still in place. No research, no conversation about anything that's happened in this program. For the jury, it'll be about a 30-minute break to get the questions in, if you have any at the beginning, please. You may be excused. And then for you, Mr. Heslin, you can visit with your team, but you'll have to wait in the hallway when we come back until, I'm sorry. You know the routine, you have seen it, you're right. I apologize for boring you with more explanations. All right, anything else needed? All right, I'm gonna go work on some other stuff.
The only thing, Your Honor, would be if you want to, just reminding the board, if you wanted to watch that video.
That's what I'm gonna go work on.
Okay.
Come on, get on this.
Yeah. So I'm moved to my position back here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, engineer have them reboot it for you. Stephen Walker. Okay, they should be back in about 20 minutes. You want to start rolling again? They should be back now.
But you know that's not actually.
Yeah, yes,
outside.
Let me come with you now.
I'll still tell you.
You should hear the question.
Oh, okay.
I need the exhibit numbers.
Yeah, one.
Hey, they're already in evidence.
Yeah, they were pre. I don't care.
I don't care. I don't see what's. I'm not seeing it. If you want to find, I'm not using it. I'm not using that. I'm just a little bit. First.
Okay.
I fix it now.
Yeah, just send it to them. Send the whole thing. I don't fix. That's it. Yeah. Say send.
Yeah, what? Person's just. Yes.
Almost booked. Just look, actually. Look again. We did that one. Yeah. Yeah, no. Here's something. If she's, and she should, that's what that's what I could.
All right. Seated. Mr. Heslin is in the hall. Yes, and
Yes, Your Honor.
the door is shut. Not yet. Leave the door shut. I need the door shut, please. Thank you. Off the record. You may be seated. Off the record, as usual. Here are the questions the jury has submitted. The amount being asked for compensation and punitive damages by your family and lawyers meant to prevent Alex Jones from being in business after this case? Or do you hope he can still operate as long as he takes it as a learning lesson? These are irrelevant questions, but I will read them. Have you found it in your heart to forgive Adam or Alex Jones yet? If not, why? And will you forgive Alex Jones after the trial is over? When did you first meet and start interacting with Detective Jewish? No H. Jewess, thank you. When did you first start therapy with Dr. Crouch? Did you ever try to contact Mr. Jones directly? How has Jesse's passing affected JT and your parenting with him? How old was JT when Jesse passed? Is it fair to say that gun control and takeaway guns are two completely separate arguments and they are not equivalent of each other? The defense attempted to put the words blood feud in your mouth. Do you think this is reckless given your history with their client? How are you not aware fully of Alex Jones after your Megyn Kelly interview, which was, as Alex claims, a hit piece on him? Did you not watch the segment? When you stated that we're not asking this, when you stated that you held Jesse's body in the Megyn Kelly clips we've seen, at what time are you referencing? The night of the shooting or the days after? That is a decided issue in this case. If this jury awards you and Ms. Lewis any monies, how will you use those funds? Nice order about that already. You mentioned that harassment by Alex Jones fans or hoaxers was frequent and substantial. Can you further define these terms? How often are you approached by a hoaxer, online, in person, or over the phone? Have you saved any copies of written threats shared with you online or via email? Can you further describe how your reputation has been affected? Do you have examples of the ways your reputation has been impacted? How will the outcome of this trial allow you to restore Jesse's legacy? How would the potential monetary award enable you to continue healing? Is there a specific amount you would feel would bring you closure with Alex Jones? Are we worried about how would the potential monetary award enable you to continue healing or not? Do you think he's going to answer with what he's going to use it for?
Yeah, I worry that he's been told about our pretrial rulings, and his desire to give towards charity is part of his healing. So I think one's going to beget the other, and asking the question, I fear will get into your ruling. I don't think he can, let me say it another way, I don't think he can truthfully answer that question without bringing charity.
Just the middle one or all three of them, or what? Want me to read them again?
That'd be great, please.
How will the outcome of this trial allow you to restore Jesse's legacy? How would the potential monetary award enable you to continue healing? And is there a specific amount you feel would bring you closure with Alex Jones?
The first one I have absolutely no problem with asking. I think the second one definitely could lead us into that territory. The third one could potentially do that.
Well, I'm going to not ask the second one because I agree. I think that might be a question eliciting testimony which has been excluded. But the third one, if there is a specific amount, I think he can just answer a number. All right. Any of the others that I read that we have objections to?
The JT one, that JT's not his son.
Yeah, I figured he would just explain that.
But that's fine. Yeah. Okay.
Right. Okay. Okay, then on the record, we've gone over the questions from the jury. I've excluded some. For the remainder, are there any objections, Mr. Ball?
No objections, except I guess you haven't read it into the record. The one that you read, the one that's not in the record, dealt with an answer that could potentially.
But let me ask you a question again.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Other than the questions I've already excluded, are there any objections to the questions I'm preparing to ask, Mr. Heston?
I'm sorry, I didn't listen. No.
Mr. Reynolds?
No.
All right, great. Then we're ready for Mr. Heslin. If you'll call him back in, please, Deputy, and we are ready for the jury.
Oh, you want to talk about, because the moment he's done, I'm going to call Ms.
Gonna be
Lewis.
fine.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So a demonstrative, but not as evidence.
Correct, Your Honor.
That's fine. Yeah, I read it, everything that she says or pictures, they're all admissible. They would all be admissible. So. I think I might have just said I read it, I watched it.
Understood it, understood.
All right, maybe seated. Mr. Heslin, I'm going to ask you some questions and I'll just ask you to listen carefully to them and answer them to the best of your ability for the jury, okay? All right, make sure you speak up. You're very soft-spoken. Is the amount being asked for compensation and punitive damages by your family and lawyers meant to prevent Alex Jones from being in business after this case? Or do you hope he can still operate as long as he takes it as a learning lesson?
Still operate. It's successful, taking learning experience.
When did you first meet and start interacting with Detective Jewis?
Detective Jewis, I met through the tragedy investigation at Sandy Hook. He was the lead detective. He testified to the actual date I met him. I don't recall that. It was some time shortly after.
When did you first start therapy with Dr. Crouch?
Published in 2013. Best of my memory, it was in the summertime.
Did you ever try to contact Mr. Jones directly?
Well, I never did try to contact Alex Jones directly. I didn't get hold of him or way. No, I did not.
How has Jesse's passing affected JT and your parenting with him? How old was JT when Jesse passed?
He would have been, I believe, 12. I can't answer how it affected anybody else outside of myself. I would say JT's done an incredible job. Doing to an incredible young man. That's everybody in a different way.
Is it fair to say that gun control and take away guns are two completely separate arguments and they are not equivalent of each other?
Repeat that.
Is it fair to say that gun control and take away guns are two completely separate arguments and they are not equivalent of each other?
It's a very good question. I believe that's a true statement. There's a difference between gun control and there's a difference between taking away guns and the Second Amendment. As with anything, I think we could always improve our laws and our regulations. The Second Amendment or the First Amendment. The steps we can do to convert those constitutional rights as it should be, along with making our life safer and better.
The defense attempted to put the words blood feud in your mouth. Do you think this is reckless, given your history with their clients?
I think it was a poor choice of words in my deposition. I should have had a choice of words. I apologize for that. Anybody that has affected or they took any negatively, poor choice of words, and as I stated before, my only business is to sell a business with Alex Jones. Legal proceedings in the courtroom. Alex Jones, physical harm or accountability and responsibility.
How were you not aware of Alex Jones after your Megyn Kelly interview, which Alex claims was a hit piece on him? Did you not watch the segment?
Did not watch the segment. The segment that they broadcast about me, Schroeder.
Yes, the Megyn Kelly piece, the whole Megyn Kelly. Let me just read you the question. How were you not aware of Alex Jones, how are you not aware fully of Alex Jones after your Megyn Kelly interview, which Alex claims was a hit piece on him? Did you not watch the segment?
No, I didn't. I didn't watch the segment till a later date. Approximately the beginning of April, it came to my attention. I had no knowledge of that interview.
You mentioned that harassment by Alex Jones's fans or hoaxers was frequent and substantial. Can you further define these terms? How often are you approached by a hoaxer, either online, in person, or over the phone?
My best to do that. It's been over a 10-year period, 10-year campaign. Conspiracy, hoax. Sometimes it's more frequent, more often, and larger volume than other times. I've had a month or 2 months where I've had no interaction, negative comments, no confrontation. At other weeks where there's been dozens of comments, anonymous calls, personal interaction. There's just no way to really give an accurate, more accurate.
Have you saved any copies of written threats shared with you online or via email?
As I said, I'm not a big email person, a computer person. I like cell phones. They're kicking me out. Something that I don't really care to remember. The easiest thing to do when you get the get a message or an email, push it away, ignore it.
Can you further describe how your reputation has been affected? Do you have examples of ways your reputation has been impacted?
As I said, it was my reputation and my credibility in the Politics broadcast. People question what I lied about. It's hard to even go to do a job for somebody or work for the price. So many people, especially in Connecticut, area, they know who I am. They recognize me, who I am, by the name or by the person. It always seems to come up. Jobs, working on the job, and then they look it up and what. I don't know if the topic comes up. What did I lie about? What was fake about the tragedy, or what didn't happen? As I stated before, it's just people can't fathom. I guess unless you're not a rational person, a sane person, maybe you could. But sane and rational people just can't wrap their mind around it. Understand it.
How will the outcome of this trial allow you to restore Jesse's legacy?
Outcome of this trial, it'll set it straight that Alex Jones was wrong with what he said and did. My hopes is with that, I'll be able to declare Jesse's legacy and his honor. And moving on in the future, we won't have to deal with the conspiracy, the hoax of Jesse or myself, but mainly Jesse. He's the one that deserves it.
Is there a specific amount you feel would bring you closure with Alex Jones?
Very good question. It's not really about the closure. The monetary amount is about making a strong statement and preventing Alex Jones and people in the future from done to me and my family and Jesse. I don't, it can't be a slap on the wrist. It can't be like somebody getting a speeding ticket, just paying the ticket and they go out and do the same thing over again. There's got to be substantial consequences for the actions to prevent that from continuing to happen or happening again in the future. Monetary has to make a statement for that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Heslin. You may return back to the council table.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I have a motion I can bring after Ms. Lewis is done. If you prefer.
Sure. Mr. Feller, your next witness? Yes, sorry. Sometimes I look over and I forget which one I'm looking at, but I got that one right.
Plaintiff's call Scarlett Lewis to the stand.
Ms. Lewis, if you would come stand in front of me, please. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you so much, ma'am. You can have a seat in the witness chair. And I know you've heard me say it a bunch of times. There's water, there's cookies. We need to be able to hear you. So please speak into the microphone. Let the lawyers ask their question and then answer out loud and with words. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Lewis, if you would please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Scarlett Lewis, and I am first and foremost the mom of two boys, Jesse and his surviving brother, and I'm the founder of the Jesse Lewis Choose Love movement.
We're going to talk about that in a little bit. Before we do, though, I would like for you to tell us, please, where you were when you first became aware of this disgusting conspiracy that Jesse's murder didn't happen.
After the firehouse, the firehouse is where we congregated to find out if Jesse was coming back or not. I actually went to my mom's house. I'm a single mom, and I didn't want to go back to the house that I had raised Jesse in. So I went back to my mom's house. It's nearby, and all my family, friends since high school flew in, and so it was a crowded house, and I was in shock and just trying to maintain. But I do remember that there was some hushed whispering going around about people talking about something, and they didn't want me to know. So of course I wanted to know. And they were telling me that there was someone saying that that the tragedy hadn't happened, which was so crazy to me because I was living it.
This is the first time you became aware of Alex Jones and his associates?
Yes.
Tell me when the first time it is that you became aware that this general conspiracy, this disgusting web of lies began to spin about your son's murder and Sandy Hook in general.
Well, other than that first time, I guess it would be a couple of months later when the 3rd and 4th grade choir from the Sandy Hook Elementary School had been invited to the Super Bowl to sing, I think, America the Beautiful with Jennifer Hudson. And such a beautiful invite for them, kind of exciting experience after what they'd been through. They had been in the Sandy Hook Elementary School at the time of the shooting, so they're considered survivors. And I knew that they were going down, and I watched them. And then I saw the picture with the overlay of the afterwards circulating with the kids' names on them. Jesse being left front.
Let's see if we could. Let's bring up PX43. The picture that you're talking about, the Super Bowl. Heard about this picture before seeing it?
I heard about it before seeing it. I can't remember. I don't know. Things circulated back then.
Sure. This is the picture you're talking about?
Yes.
The Super Bowl picture that has, I believe you just said Jesse, front left.
Yes.
Jesse's name in the front left.
Yes.
What
Big
was
name.
Sure. What was your understanding about this, and how did it make you feel?
It was deeply unsettling. What people were saying about the December 14th, the shooting, that it didn't happen, that these children from the Sandy Hook School were actually the victims, alive, older. It was deeply unsettling to me because it's so out of touch with reality that it's scary. Scary to think about who would think like this.
I want to take you back even before this. Well, first off, did you understand this picture, this pushing of this information, including this picture in the Super Bowl thought came from Alex Jones or was being pushed by Alex Jones?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure, that was a bad question. Did you understand this picture, this conspiracy here to be coming from Alex Jones?
Yes.
Pushed by Alex Jones?
Yes.
I want to take you back even before this. Was there anything about your understanding, or did you learn, or was Jesse's wake interrupted in any way by this conspiracy, this web of lies?
Yeah, so Jesse was murdered on a Friday, and the following Wednesday, we had a wake for him at a local funeral home. And people were lined up outside, and then coming in, we had an open casket, and we were blessed to be able to have an open casket because of the lack of damage done to the body. So people would walk in, they would sign something, they would walk past the casket and then to me. And so I'm just meeting people as they're coming through. And I remember looking up and seeing the Hells Angels there. And I thought, well, at the time I was in shock. And so I just thought, it was surreal anyway. But then I found out later that they were there to ironically keep the peace, which was also surreal to me. To make sure that there wasn't a disturbance at the wake.
Your understanding is that this came from the beginning of this conspiracy and web of lies that Jones was pushing?
Yes.
I want to talk to you a bit about other encounters that you've had with the public as it concerns this web of lies, what Jones was pushing, okay? Have you received, I'm not going to go into every one of them, but have you received emails, threats, death threats, and the like as it concerns this?
Yes.
One of those emails, mark this plaintiff's exhibit number 131. It's just a refresher recollection of one of the emails.
Yes. It's actually a couple of emails.
One that highlighted here. Did you do the one that's highlighted?
No. It's a bunch of emails.
131.
Yes.
What is it? Yeah, 131. If we could, plaintiff's move exhibit one first, plaintiff's move exhibit 131 adjustments.
Any objection?
No.
Plaintiff's 131 is admitted.
If you would please, Melissa, bring up 131. Page 2 there with me. And we see on page 2, this email is from a person that we've seen or heard of in this trial bunch, Wolfgang Albig.
Yes.
You know who Wolfgang Albig is?
Yes.
One of the many people associated with Alex Jones and this grotesque lie about your son's murder.
Yes.
one of the people that Alex Jones pushed over and over on his show.
Yes.
You can't go to page 3. We have there at the very top, and we'll highlight it for you. Rob, the InfoWars.com.
Yes,
You might be able to see it on the screen. We've highlighted it here.
I can, yes,
Yeah, that's an Alex Jones InfoWars website or,
Yes.
or email, should I say?
yes.
I want to talk to you a little bit about this email. It first says, Neil Heslin is not Jesse's dad unless you can send me his birth certificate. How did that make you feel?
It's not the only time that Jesse and his birth certificate have been questioned. It was deeply unsettling. If you read the rest of the email, it's pulling names from different parts of my life. All my family, you know, my friends, previous relationships, it's deeply unsettling.
What is it like having people associated or Jones and his associates asking you for birth certificates? How does that make you feel?
I remember a different email asking me for Jesse's birth certificate. And I'd actually been on the phone with a school in Texas who had a child that had died by suicide because of continuous bullying. And I thought, I sat down, I opened the email and I read that and I thought, and they were asking me to come in and talk and help their student body. And I sat down, I opened up the email and I thought, I have the connection with that little boy. That's how it made me feel.
Go on down this page. I'm going to read something for you, and I'm going to apologize first because I know that this must be true. It says, I have been avoiding Scarlett because I find her appalling and disgusting. If the Arkansas Democrat Gazette published a spin article on Scarlett and her beginnings in Fayetteville, then further research is warranted into this woman's past and her extended family. We know she is a fraud, but how deep it goes, we may not know yet. What is it like reading those words after what you've gone through?
Deeply unsettling. The Arkansas Democrat Gazette was actually doing an article on me because I was there speaking in schools about a movement that I started in my son's honor. And I'm actually from Arkansas. And so it was, deeply, deeply upsetting. And then also upsetting that you have people that are thinking that of you. Appalling and disgusting. It's in your face. It's scary.
There is another email where you have, well, let me ask it a different way. How does this make you feel as it concerns your own security and safety?
I feel compromised. I mean, you can look at this email and you see that they have done research on me. And I guess through social media and maybe websites to do searches on people, they have all the different names that I've ever used and I use now. They have people that they've dragged up from my past. It's, I know I'm using this word a lot, but deeply unsettling to your very core.
You referenced research that they're doing on you. Let's look at the next page, page 3. At the top of the page, it reads, Neil Heslin, 57, reportedly is the father of Jesse McCord Lewis. Not very likely. Perhaps JT stands for Jordan Trent. And then there's a picture of you. Other people in your family. How does this make you feel? Explain this for us, please.
Well, I'll go back to the previous page for a second, and it says that I attended in 1984. So I was in high school, a concert, and I did, but that's not my name. And yeah, those are the names of my brothers. So it definitely makes me feel victimized, and you know, it's not just me, it's not just my son. You know, it's interesting, the ripple effect. This is now my entire family. It's my friends. It's people that I've known in my past. It's it goes far beyond just me and Jesse and my surviving son.
The next page, please, Melissa. Having pictures sent to you by someone you don't know who's clearly mentally unstable. What does that do to your psyche? To your trust in the outside world?
I mean, this is supposed to be me, but it's not. It's actually another victim's family. Supposedly, they think it's me. It's different than losing a son, having a son murdered. Didn't lose him, he was murdered. It's different than having a son murdered, because as shocking as that was, that happens. People go through that. But then being a victim's parent and having someone victimize you in a different way is, and like this, just completely, like, you try to process the death of a child, and it's, people have done that, but you can't process this. You can't make sense out of nonsense.
This is one of many emails you have received. Is that fair?
Yes.
Is this representative of the other emails, the other communications that you have received?
Yes.
Again, I'm not going to talk about every one of them, but I want to talk about a few others. Plaintiff's Exhibit 128. Just refresh your recollection of questions further that were sent to you from this Wolfgang Halbig. Alex Jones over and over again referred to on his radio show.
Yes.
Plaintiffs move into exhibit 128.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, lack of foundation as to how received, what year.
Let's see it.
Sure. No. I can lay another foundation.
Okay,
The exhibit that you have in front of you marked as exhibit 128, this is an email, an attachment to an email that you had received before, correct, Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
And it is an attachment to the email that we looked at there in exhibit 131.
this is an attachment to the exhibit that's already been admitted.
Yes, well, I think I probably should have just admitted it. Yeah.
On that basis, I have no objection. It's part of the other.
128 is admitted.
$128, if we could, please put that up, Melissa. I want to read the bottom of it. Criminal faction is manipulating your thoughts and feelings by withholding information regarding the Sandy Hook school shooting of December 14, 2012. My friends and I want specific and complete answers to the following questions. We would be pleased if you too would be curious enough to desire answers to these 51 questions. This is something that was sent to you.
Yes.
Were you sent emails from Wolfgang Halbig concerning these questions of Sandy Hook on a number of occasions?
Yes.
How does receiving these questions, questioning the murder of Jesse Lewis, your son, how does that make you feel?
That's safe.
Does it make you relive the moments surrounding his murder?
Yes.
Does it reopen the wounds that were created as a result of your grief?
Yes.
Does it make them difficult to heal?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Healing from having a child murdered is possible. It's a lifelong journey. It's like losing a limb. And, you know, there's phantom pains, evidently. I don't know, but when you lose a limb, you always feel it. It's like it's always there because you're so used to having it. You should have it. And you probably reach out for something with a hand. And that's how I kind of compare losing a child like that. He should be here. And he's not. But it's something that you can process. This, I think, the fear and anxiety and unsafeness and that all of these, this just continuous, it doesn't even have to be that petty. It's just, you know, this element that's always in the background of fear keeps me from healing. It definitely negatively impacts the healing process.
Ms. Lewis have, by the way, where do you live?
I live in Sandy Hook.
Do you live in the same house that you lived in with Jesse?
I do.
And have you had people come to that house, make you feel unsafe there because of these lies and conspiracy that Jones has been pushing?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
There was a Christmas, and we usually now go over to my mom's for Christmas. I don't put up the tree anymore. But it was Christmas morning, and I had a car drive into my driveway, and a man got out, started taking pictures. And so I walked outside and I said, "Excuse me," and he took pictures and then got back in his car and drove away. Unsettling.
You feel unsafe at your own house?
I have, yes.
We heard briefly, I just need to address it. We heard briefly that you own a gun at your house. Is that because of the safety fears that you have?
Yes.
If you'd like, explain a little further.
I'm a single mother and responsible for the safety of both of my boys. And I was not able to keep one of them safe. And so I'm going to keep my surviving son safe. And, you know, you can tell by these emails that the people writing them are not grounded in reality. And that is deeply concerning. And you can tell, I could tell by the InfoWars, the two people that testified from InfoWars, as well as Alex Jones, that they don't care. That's also deeply unsettling.
When InfoWars, Dan Badandi, I think you've seen on the screen, and others from InfoWars would come to town, Sandy, in Newtown, the Sandy Hook community, would you hear about it?
Yes.
How?
The mayor at the time would send out an email to the parents advising us of the fact that they were coming to town and telling us to stay in our homes, stay safe, just be aware. And so I would.
How did it make you feel when someone told you that these people were coming into town, knowing what they were saying?
It was frightening. You didn't know what to expect. You didn't know what they were going to do. They would show up at different places, make outlandish allegations and accusations and threats. And I felt limited by that.
The death threats that you heard, or the, excuse me, let me ask it a different way. Are you aware of other parents in the community living these same nightmares and death threats that you're talking about?
Yes.
And
relevance, other things.
Well, we've gotten the answer. I'm going to overrule it. Let's see where we go.
And does knowledge of what others in that community who have lost a child affect how you feel and go about your day?
Absolutely. I mean, we are almost like a family. I mean, we are bonded forever, the 26 families, by what we've been through. So if something happens to one of them, we hear about it, and it is like it's happening to us.
Do you share with them what has happened to you in that same regard for that same reason?
Yes,
There are death threats that you are aware of to other people that you believe apply to you as well?
yes,
Are you aware of a particular person? Her name is Lucy Richards.
yes.
And what is,
Again, on relevance, hearsay,
what is your awareness and understanding of who Lucy Richards is?
Lucy Richards is a woman who made threats to the Posner family, both Veronique and Lenny, on their voicemails. And she was later arrested and jailed for those death threats.
Are you aware that one of the punishments that she was given is she couldn't listen to the Alex Jones show?
Yes, I am aware of that.
And knowing that someone was punished and that they're not allowed to listen to the Alex Jones show, how does that affect the way you react to further harassment from his show?
You see the type of, some of the people that listen to his show and take everything that he says at face value.
You have heard the actual death threats from Miss Richards?
I have.
Would hearing one of those death threats better help us to understand how you receive them, the anxiety that's given to you?
Yes.
If you would play the one audio file.
Your Honor,
Fast forward.
I'm going to object to the hearsay 403, a death threat that Lucy Richards left the Posner family of Florida has no relevance.
It has, may I respond, Your Honor? It has the utmost relevance in this case. Every family member, as she has testified, talks to each other, and a death threat upon one they perceive as information to themselves. This is something that I think should be well understood thus far that causes her anxiety, and talking about the death threat certainly isn't going to be as easy for her to relay to the jury her feelings than actually hearing the death threat. So it is for the purposes of not for the truth of the matter, certainly, but because for demonstrative purposes, should I say.
So you're asking to play it, but not admit it into evidence?
That is correct, Your Honor. I'm sorry, I should have said that.
How long is it?
4 to 8 seconds.
All right. It will be played for the purpose of further questioning of Ms. Lewis about her state of mind and how it affects her as relates to this case, not for any truth contained in it. So
Thank you, Your Honor.
What are you going to do about it? You can do absolutely nothing. You're a loser. You're going to run. Cunt. And what are you going to do about it? You can do absolutely nothing. You're a loser. You're going to rot in hell. The wages of sin is death. You're going to die. Death is coming to you real soon, motherfucker. You're going to die.
When you hear, by the way, this was sent to Lenny and Veronique Posner.
Yes,
You know the Posners,
I do.
know them well,
Yes,
speak to them often.
not that often.
Sure. Speak to them.
Yes,
This is what I'm trying to get at. You heard this directly from them?
yes,
They allowed you or wanted you to hear this?
yes.
And when you heard this the first time, how did that make you feel?
Frightened. It's a death threat.
Did you feel as though it was directed to you as well?
I felt like it was directed to all the families.
Does that affect you knowing one family is receiving death threats?
Absolutely.
Are there a number of other of these recordings that you've heard?
Yes,
I'm not going to have you listen to them today for obvious reasons, but have all of the other recordings from this woman caused you fear, anxiety?
yes.
Objective facts, not an evidence.
She just testified that put it in evidence, overruled.
The fear and anxiety that comes with this, can you please explain that to us?
It's fear for your life, but I guess it's not even mostly fear for mine. It's fear for my surviving son. It's fear for the other people that have been brought into this, my family and friends. It paints everything. I paint, and I described it like it's one more layer. You have a painting, and then your son is murdered, and that's a varnish on it. And then this is another varnish, a darker varnish on top of all of that. It's just with you all the time. It's just a thought in your head all the time.
It is actually noon. I think we will take our lunch break now. We will return at 1:30 for my jury. You may not discuss anything you have heard in court so far. We'll take a break until 1:30.
All rise.
And just so that you can cut back down to where you've been sitting. And when we come back, just be back in where we stand ready to go. We'll bring out something for the attorneys. I don't know if it's ready, so we'll bring it out a little bit later. Make sure you shut the door, whoever's last out. Thank you. Maybe seated. Yes, Mr. Reno.
Just to re-urge, my motion for this trial under 4111 based on the testimony of Mr. Heslin and the testimony that's just been elicited from this.
All right, that motion is denied. Anything else?
Okay.
All right, at some point, someone will bring out version 2 of the charge and leave it on your tables for you.
Did your honor receive my email?
I received an email from each side, and I think is appropriate. And I'll take a look at it when we bring it back out.
All rise.
She says that during the breaks.
Oh, okay.
Perfect, thank you.
I'm glad I moved it closer to get what I could get since it was back here.
I was.
All
All
right.
right.
Back in session. Thank you. All right, I heard, you may be seated. I heard somebody wanted to talk to me without the jury
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I want to bring it to the court's
on the
attention.
record.
Sure.
Okay.
I want to bring it to the court's attention now that while Mr. Heslin was on the stand, Alex Jones was on his radio show saying what I believe to be pretty much per se defamatory statements of Mr. Heslin. And in addition to that, what he had to say about Mr. Heslin in this process, and even mentioned Mrs. Lewis's name, I believe goes directly to her claim for intentional infliction of emotional stress. And I am going to admit through her the video of Mr. Jones on his show not 45 minutes or so ago. I wanted to bring that to the court's attention now in case we need to talk about it so the jury doesn't have to leave when I bring it up.
All right, are you gonna have an objection?
I haven't seen the clip. Is it the whole show that he'd like to bring in, or just a piece
It
of it?
certainly isn't the whole show I'd like to bring in. I don't think it has any value except for the statement that I'm talking about, and I can play that now.
All right, why don't you do that?
Sure, please play that for us if you would, Melissa.
I thought it was an act when I saw some of the stuff on TV, just because he came off the show. Let's just say he's a nice man, and it's not an act. He is being manipulated by some very bad people. But I'll just say, because I gotta be honest, he's slow, okay? And his ex-wife is not. I don't think he's stupid. I'm just saying I've got family members that are really smart in a lot of ways, but they're just real kind of quiet and have this way about them, and they move at a different pace. Like they're fast in some ways and slow in others. And I think Heslin acts like somebody on the spectrum. And it makes me feel like an even bigger jerk. But when I saw him, I'm like, there's something about this guy. This doesn't look. And now that I've been around him for over a week, I'm like, okay, Now I know. And folks, I don't have some calculated point just bringing it up here. It's just that I'm around these people and I'm looking at it and I'm watching what's being said and what's going on. And it really then makes it clear what happened.
So I think this goes to direct evidence of her emotional, or of her intentional infliction of emotional distress. It goes to punitive damages. And there's a number of different ways that it goes to both of those. And I would like to play that during her further direct examination.
I've been told that it goes on and that he says that he's sorry, and we'd ask that the entire part.
Spit your gum out, Mr. Jones.
It's not gum.
What is it? Because you're not allowed food or gum of any kind in the courtroom.
I had my tooth pulled a week and a half ago, and I had some cause there earlier, and it's been causing me to have some pain.
So you're chewing on your gauze?
Would you like me to show you?
No, I
Right
just
here?
want you to answer my question.
No, I was massaging the hole in my mouth with my tongue. I'll show you right here.
I don't want to see
All right.
the inside of your mouth.
Oh, no, there's no gum. Hole.
Sit down. Do you want to play the rest of it to see if you'll, I mean, if we're gonna go on this path, it could go on all day.
I don't want to play it because defaming someone and continuing this sort of saga and then saying I'm sorry is an optional completeness.
Well, I agree with that. You haven't seen it. You don't know what it says. I'm not gonna play it. You are not prepared to play it. So your request would be denied at that time, I guess, or now. I can deny it now.
We're not going to play.
I'm not gonna play anything extra that I haven't seen, that you haven't seen, that you're not prepared to show me. We don't know what it says.
I would object to playing it any tape, Your Honor. I think that it just injects error into this record. There's no purpose to it. I object, Your Honor, and I object also that, I haven't been given adequate notice or been able to review the whole tape to see what other things should be played.
Well, it's hard to give you more notice when it just was created today. That's about as much notice as you can get, I think. So that is certainly overruled as far as an objection. The other objections, I don't know what objection there is no purpose to it is, I guess relevance. It's definitely relevant. So the objection is to relevance, and I'm reading into what you said, is overruled. The objection as to notice is overruled. We've also had other attorney and judge conversations about statements made during this trial and how there doesn't have to be any more notice than it's made, it's new, that's the notice. I don't know. Let's see what the testimony is, how we continue. We ready?
I am ready, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Heslin, can you come back up here, please? I mean, Ms. Lewis, I apologize. We're ready for the jury. You may be seated. Are you ready to proceed? You may do so.
Ms. Lewis, can we continue what we were talking about earlier?
Yes.
Okay. Before we do that, though, are you pleased that you at least now finally get to look this man in the eye?
Yes.
And I would like to put some context to what we have spoken about before we continue. Okay. Let's, if you would, bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit 3, photograph of Jesse. Jesse Lewis, your son. Tell us about it.
I like to share the story of when Jesse was born. And Neil shared a little bit of this earlier, but he was 11 pounds. So he was a C-section. And the first time that I saw him, I actually walked to the nursery. And there were all these nurses gathered around the window taking pictures. And I asked them, what are you taking pictures of? And he said, there's this enormous baby. And he's trying to crawl out of the bassinet. So he had literally crawled down to the bottom and he was trying to get out. And I like to share that story because that's how he was his entire life. He was larger than life. He was loud. He was bouncing off the walls. That's my first memory.
Tell us more about Jesse. How was his personality?
He was very bold. He was very old for his age. He would walk up to a group of people and he'd introduce himself, a group of men. Hi, my name is Jesse Lewis. What's your name? He was very protective of his family. And I have a little farm. He would put on an army helmet that my friend had given him. And we called it patrolling. He would walk along the walls, all the corners, and then wait for people to come in at the gate.
And what was some of the, let me ask it this way. What is your understanding of Jesse's last day?
So Jesse is actually known for, during his final few moments, the shooter he shot his way through the glass doors of Sandy Hook Elementary School, and then he made a left, and he shot his principal and guidance counselor. They were coming out of the meeting on the first door on the right of the hallway. Now Adam Lanza had been to this school, so he knew the layout. He knew that this was the first grade hallway. And so they heard the gunfire. They came out of the room. They were murdered right outside of Jesse's classroom. And then he made a left into the classroom door and was firing adult height and hit his teacher, who he was standing right in front of. And then his gun either jammed or ran out of bullets. And during the short delay, he actually stood up to the shooter and he saved 9 of his classmates' lives before losing his own. And for that act of bravery, he was actually given a commander-in-chief funeral reserved for heads of state and returning war heroes. And Jesse was actually considered a war hero because his first grade classroom was a literal war zone.
This man, through his show and his lies, has denied the very existence of your son, Jesse Lewis. How does it make you feel being able to come in today and tell him to his face your story.
I wanted to tell you to your face because I wanted you to know that I am a mother first and foremost. And I know that you're a father and my son existed. You're still on your show today trying to say that I'm implying that I'm an actress, that I'm deep state. You have this week. And I don't understand. Truth is so vital to our world. Truth is what we base our reality on. And we have to agree on that to have a civil society. Sandy Hook is a hard truth, hard truth. Nobody would want to ever believe that 26 kids could be murdered. Nobody would ever want to believe that. I understand people not wanting to believe that, actually. I don't want to believe it. But I've, since that day, dedicated my life to keeping kids safe. It's our responsibility. I used to think it was the school's responsibility. It's actually our responsibility. And I've dedicated my life to that. And having a quarter of Americans doubt that Sandy Hook happened or doubt the facts around Sandy Hook is not conducive to keeping our kids safe. It's not. And it's our responsibility to keep our kids safe. This happened almost 10 years ago. We've had over 350 school shootings since then. We have to keep our kids safe. Jesse was real. I am a real mom. There's nothing out there, nothing. There's records of Jesse's birth, of me. I mean, I have a history, and there's nothing that you could have found because it doesn't exist that I'm deep state. It's just not true. I know you know that. That's the problem. I know you know that. And you keep saying it. You keep saying it. Why? Why? For money? Because you made a lot of money while you said it. I know you're, I mean, I know you believe me. And yet you're going to leave this courthouse and you're going to say it again on your show. You're saying, no, you just did it.
Over the break, Ms. Lewis, did you have an opportunity to hear what Mr. Jones had said on his show about what Mr. Heslin was, or about Mr. Heslin and his testimony?
Yes.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, for all the reasons I stated before. Edited, clip. Thank you, Mr. Cooper.
Ms. Heslin, you have a claim for,
Ms.
did I say that? Excuse me. Ms. Lewis, you have a claim for intentional infliction of emotional distress. Do you not?
Yes.
And when this man says bad things and lies about your son's father, Mr. Heslin, how does that affect you?
It affects me because that is the father of my son. That is, you know, we're bonded forever through that connection, through Jesse's spirit. And that impacts me. If you have the capacity to put yourself in my shoes, do you have empathy? Because the two people that work for you don't seem to have empathy or care. They really don't. I was looking for some caring. I did not see it. Do you?
Ms. Lewis, does it continue to cause you emotional distress when you hear this man peddle the thought that you are in some way or another an actor or controlled by other people or like thoughts?
Or that Sandy Hook was a total hoax, that it was a false flag, that it never happened, that there were no children killed. And you know that's not true. You know that's not true. But when you say those things, there's a fringe of society that believe you. that are actually dangerous.
The video that you saw over break from Mr. Jones' website radio show, InfoWars, did that cause you or affect you emotionally further?
Absolutely.
If we could, please. What exhibit will this be, Melissa? PVX 32. Please play PVX. We offer PVX 32 into evidence, Your Honor.
Objection.
The objections are overruled. I, however, think that you need to establish a little bit more about this video, when it was aired, et cetera.
Sure.
You haven't done that yet.
While you were on break, did part of your team download this video?
Yes.
And are you aware that the video was created during or shortly after Mr. Heslin's testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And did that video come from the InfoWars website?
Yes.
And did you personally see that the video came from the InfoWars website?
Yes.
PVX 32 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please play that, Melissa.
I thought it was an act when I saw some of the stuff on TV, just because he came off as so. Let's just say he's a nice man, and it's not an act. He is being manipulated by some very bad people. But I'll just say, because I got to be honest, he's slow, okay? And his ex-wife is not. I don't think he's stupid. I'm just saying I've got family members that are really smart in a lot of ways, but they're just real kind of quiet and have this way about them, and they move at a different pace. Like they're fast in some ways and slow in others. And I think Hesslin acts like somebody on the spectrum. And it makes me feel like an even bigger jerk. But when I saw him, I'm like, there's something about this guy. This doesn't look. And now that I've been around him for over a week, I'm like, okay, now I know. And folks, I don't have some calculated point just bringing that up here. It's just that I'm around these people and I'm looking at it and I'm watching what's being said and what's going on. And it really then makes it clear what happened.
How does it make you feel knowing that that was said today by this man on his radio show while Jesse's father was testifying in that same seat you're sitting in?
I've had a hard time finding words today. It makes me feel astounded in a bad way. It's horrific, horrific, horrific.
Tell us, if you would, please, of your last memories, Jesse.
So I'm a single mom and I work full time. And so mornings are hectic with two boys, getting them out the door. Neil was picking up Jesse that morning. And so I bundled him up, brought him outside, walked him outside to meet Neil. And we were gonna make gingerbread houses with him, with their class at 2 p.m. that day. So that was, I worked a lot. And so I had taken the afternoon off that day. And so Neil and I were finalizing I'll meet you at the school for the gingerbread houses. And I turned around to give Jesse a hug. And I noticed that he had written in the frost on the side of my car, he's Connecticut, December 14th is very cold. I love you with his fingernail in the frost. And he drawn hearts in all my windows. And I knew that that was one of life's special moments. And so I told him, even though I'm running late, he's late, stay right here. I'm gonna go get my cell phone. I ran into the house, got my cell phone, came back out. I remember taking him by the shoulders, positioning him so he'd be right by his message, taking a picture. I remember it was overexposed, so I deleted it. And then I took another picture, and then I took a close-up picture of the I love you. And then I gave him a hug and sent him off to school. That was the last picture that was ever taken of him, and that was the last time I ever saw him.
Is Jesse honored for his heroism that day?
He was. He was honored for his heroism at his funeral. He was given a commander-in-chief funeral, and my last memory really is driving him to the grave site from where we held the funeral at a church to the actual grave site, graveyard. I was in a car behind the hearse that contained the casket, and I was in the car with my son and a couple other family members, and we had a I guess it's called a cavalcade, or multiple motorcycles in full uniform were in front of us and behind us. Lots of first responders showed up from multiple different states to honor his bravery. So they would, when we approached an intersection, the back would come up to the front and they would block off the intersection, and cars, this line of cars pulled over to the side. People had gotten out of the cars. They were kneeling on the ground, praying, saluting for his bravery. That's a special memory.
How does this man's lies interrupt those memories?
I mean, because then Alex gets on there and says that it didn't happen, that it was a false flag, that there were no kids killed. And you cater to those people that are not grounded in reality. You're not telling the truth. You know the truth as a father. And as someone that said they researched Sandy Hook, and there was lots of things on there. And so to come on and say that Jesse never existed, that it was a hoax, I know there are hoaxes that are out there, but this was an incredibly real event, and I lived it. And it's unbelievable that you would continue to say that it didn't happen.
How does it affect your grieving process? What a mother has to go through when she loses a son.
Having a 6-year-old son shot in the forehead in his first grade classroom is unbearable, unbearable. You don't think you're going to survive. But there are people that have. And then to have someone on top of that perpetuate a lie, that it was a hoax, that it didn't happen, that it was a false flag, that I'm an actress. Then you get on and you say, oh, sorry, but I know actresses when I see them. Do you think I'm an actress?
No, I don't think you're an
No, you can't talk right now.
Sorry. I did. I asked him a question.
You get to testify right now. You're under oath. Nobody else in the room is.
Anyway. And I think, I don't think you understand the fear that you perpetuate to not just the victims' families, all of us and others, but our family, our friends, every survivor from that school. The ripple effect is enormous because of the platform that you have. And the fear that comes from that, the fear stops the healing of and the mourning process because you're afraid. I don't think the two can happen at once. I don't think that you can heal from the loss of your child and be afraid at the same time. The fear stops everything.
How do you recover from someone saying your child wasn't murdered?
I don't think you can recover. I don't think you do recover unless it stops, unless it's retracted, unless there's accountability and responsibility. And that hasn't happened.
What you've seen today, the video today, what does that do to your hope for this man's accountability and responsibility for it?
I don't understand. I don't understand. I cannot even make sense. That's one of the problems. I can't make sense out of nonsense, out of why you would say it didn't happen. It's not happening. I'm an actress. I'm part of the deep state. It's a hoax. It was a false flag. It never happened. There were never any children. I don't understand. Yeah, I'm stuck.
One of the things that you've done, Ms. Heslin, is done. Did I say Heslin? Excuse me. I'm sorry, Ms. Lewis. I have Mr. Heslin on my because of the video. One of the things that you have done, Ms. Lewis, to aid in your recovery is the Choose Love movement.
Yes.
See on your necklace there, you've got.
I have nurturing, healing love.
Right.
Yes.
And that is part of the Choose Love movement.
It's actually why I started the Choose Love movement.
If you could tell us what the Choose Love movement is.
Yeah, when I did come home to my house, I saw a message that Jesse had left on our kitchen chalkboard shortly before he died. He had written 3 words. Alex, I want you to hear this too. He'd written 3 words: nurturing, healing, love. This is what Jesse wrote on our kitchen chalkboard. 3 words: nurturing, healing, love. Phonetically spelled because he was in 1st grade and just learning to write. But I looked at those words and I found a solution for what had happened. I knew that if Adam Lanza had been able, Adam Lanza is the former recent student, recent graduate of Sandy Hook Elementary, the Newtown school system, if he had been able to give and receive nurturing, healing love, the tragedy would never have happened. And so I dedicated my life to spreading that message. I have it on my body at all times. I believe it was a spiritual awareness that he has, that he wasn't going to be on earth very much longer, and he wanted to leave a message for his family and friends of comfort, but also inspiration. I believe that that message is where we need to turn in order to survive and thrive, keep our kids safe. It helped me determine how I was going to respond, knowing that we are responsible for our children's safety. that what we had been doing wasn't working. Obviously, my son was dead. And so I decided to take a completely different course. I decided to address the root cause of the pain that led up to Adam Lanza doing what he did. The root cause of the isolation, loneliness, pain, suffering, bullying, even the root cause of substance abuse and a lot of mental illness. And so I started the Jessie Lewis Choose Love movement. And I started that movement we say it started at Jessie's funeral, because I got up and I talked about how an angry thought started that whole tragedy, and that an angry thought can be changed. And I asked everybody to choose a loving thought over an angry thought. And that changed people's lives. And so I took that foundation and Jesse's message and his courage that he showed. And I created a movement. I wanted it to be a place where, because there's so much polarization after Sandy Hook, it was polarized into anti-gun, pro-gun. That was the conversation. All the blame went on Adam and his mom, and that didn't make sense to me, because if it was all their fault, it would never have happened before, obviously, and it would never happen again. So I wanted to create a space where everyone could come together, and what we all have in common, even you and I, the want and need to love and be loved. We're all the same in that. And so I created the Choose Love movement because I wanted to bring both of the sides together. Of course, we're more polarized now than we ever have been as a country. You know that. Some of that is because of you. And I am trying to bring us all together in what we're the same in, which is the want and need to love and be loved. All of us are the same in that. All of us feel pain. You've felt pain in your life. I know I have too. And we have to teach our kids how to process that pain so that they don't turn into an Adam Lanza and they don't take it out on other people. And that's what the Choose Love movement does. It's free programming for schools, homes, and communities. It's comprehensive. There's nothing else like it out there. And that's what I've done every day since I started this, which is very shortly after the funeral, is I focus on the Choose Love movement, and I focus on being part of the solution.
Have you made it your life goal?
Yeah, it's absolutely my life goal to make sure that our children are safe and to safeguard their safety and well-being. It's our responsibility. I didn't know that before the tragedy. I didn't know. I mean, I'm a single mom. Both my son's safety was my responsibility. And I knew that, but I wasn't aware that our children's safety, our children's, including your 6-year-old son or daughter, is our responsibility. And we have to do something to safeguard them, especially in schools. Keep our money safe, we can keep our kids safe. And that is my life's goal.
I know that your organization has created some informational material. Would it aid you in your explanation of the jury, further goals and the way that this works if we showed it to them?
It would.
Okay. We could.
I object, Your Honor, under Rule 4.3.
That'll be overruled.
If we could, please, Melissa, go ahead and play that video.
Those moves. Awesome, Jess.
I'd like you to watch it,
August
Alex.
24th, 2012. And Jess has brand new soccer shoes.
So prior to 12/14/2012, I was a single mom with 2 boys. it was kind of an unremarkable life. It was such a great life. You know, I just wanted to be a mom, and I just wanted to be with my kids. That's me. One day, you're a mom with 2 boys, one boy riding in a car seat in the back seat. So one morning, I'm holding hands with my 6-year-old in his car seat, and the next thing that I know, there is no 6-year-old. He's been murdered. So I had come home for the first time, and I was getting Jesse's clothes for the funeral, and I walked through the kitchen on my way out, and I noticed these 3 words that Jesse had written on the kitchen chalkboard shortly before he died. He wrote, "Nurturing, healing, love." These words were a message of comfort for his family and friends, and inspiration for the world is where we needed to turn. And I knew I'd be spending the rest of my life spreading this message. I didn't have to create a solution. There was one available, and it's called social emotional learning. And social emotional learning proactively prevents violence. I believe that Jesse is a part of this organization. I actually believe that he's leading it. And all I have to do is just be present. I live with a tremendous dichotomy in my life every single day. It's never out of my mind why I am leading a worldwide movement to choose love. It's because my 6-year-old son was shot in his 1st grade classroom, alongside 19 of his classmates in one of the worst mass murders in U.S. history. I feel like I meet Jesse a lot in schools. I'll look into a child's eyes and I'll see Jesse looking back at me. And how blessed am I, and how grateful I am that my purpose is spreading a message of choosing love, and given to me by my 6-year-old son.
Be a part of the solution. This has been going since 2013.
Yes.
Has it been a way for you to try to continue to heal?
It has, yes.
How has what this man has said about you and your family and Jesse affected Choose Love and the way that you are attempting to heal?
I've literally dedicated my life to trying to keep kids safe and to spread a message that we can thoughtfully respond in any situation, circumstance, or interaction by choosing love. And you are spreading lies and fear and falsehoods and deception and untruths. there is a truth. And I believe that you know it. And this is so important. I feel like we're at odds with our missions. I am trying to spread love. I'm trying to keep kids safe because I couldn't do it for my own. And you're saying that it didn't happen, and you're taking away the credibility of what I'm trying to do. A quarter of Americans believe that Sandy Hook didn't happen, or they doubt the facts surrounding it, and you continue to peddle that conspiracy theory. And that is not conducive to keeping our kids safe. It's not conducive to keeping our kids safe. That's
way that you have used to choose love to help yourself heal. Has what Alex's lies, the lies that he has given you, has that interrupted that healing?
It has, because you can't heal when you're afraid.
There have been a couple questions that have been asked in this room about apology versus money or compensation for damages. You've heard those questions?
Yes.
Talk to me about apology and compare that to paying for the damage that has been caused. The way you feel about those two.
Well, first of all, there has not been a sincere apology. But if there was ever, I liken it to being in a car accident and you run over someone and cause tremendous bodily damage. And you look at that person lying on the ground and say, I'm so sorry, but I'm not accountable or responsible for any of the damage that I just caused. But I'm sorry. That's how I see it.
Would you, at this moment in time, when you're sitting on that stand, now be at the stage where you would be able to accept an apology? Would it mean anything to you?
No.
As to the other side of this, the damages that you're asking this man to pay for, why are you asking for those damages? What do you hope will be accomplished?
4111, you know.
Overruled.
I have a continuing objection to this part of the testimony.
Sure.
Alex has been asked to stop and he hasn't. He's still doing it today. You've been doing it last week, every day, this week, or at least, I don't know, shows you've had. While you should be in here, you've been on your show and you've been talking about this. Your counterpart has been talking with you about this. And so you're not going to stop. I don't even think my pleading with you up here is going to get you to stop. And so, and all of the damage that you caused, the fear that you put people in, the from your following, the way that you've impacted so many lives, I think that there has to be accountability for that. I don't think you understand. I think you know that Sandy Hook is real and that it happened. I know you're shaking your head no, but I know that you think that it's real. I know that you know that it's real. but I don't think that you understand at all, because the people that work for you don't understand the repercussions of going on air with a huge audience and lying and calling this a hoax and a false lie. You don't understand the repercussions to individuals' lives. You don't understand the net that is cast in a negative way. You don't understand that. You don't understand. And I don't think you will understand unless there's some form of punishment that is significant, that would make you understand that this is real. This isn't staged. Like one of your people said, this is a real event. It seems so incredible to me that we have to do this, that we have to implore you, not just implore you, punish you to get you to stop lying, saying it's a hoax. It happened. It's like surreal what's going on in here. I think everyone in here probably feels that way.
Is that what you hope to accomplish
Yes.
through this process?
Yes. Yes, I hope to accomplish an era of truth. An era of truth. Please.
How difficult has it been for you waiting for this day, literally for this very moment where you're sitting in that chair right now, this reality? How difficult has it been for you waiting for that?
In some way, you've impacted every single day of my life negatively almost since Jesse's murder. Since 2013, when your videos were going around in my mom's house about starting to say that this didn't happen. And I'm so glad that this day is here. I'm actually relieved because I'm grateful to everybody that's here in service to our society. And I'm grateful that I got to say all this to you and that I got to speak my truth. And I'm really looking forward to this being over so that I can get back to healing and spreading my message, spreading Jesse's message of love.
Ms. Lewis, I thank you enough for sitting and being so brave on the chair. Any other questions?
And I want to thank you for representing us.
Mr. Reynolds, do you have any questions for Ms. Lewis?
Good afternoon, Ms. Lewis.
Yeah.
I read your book, Nurturing Healing Love, and I thought it was a beautiful book.
Thank you.
And something that any parent who's lost a child should read.
Thank you.
I hope that you will use your power of choice to see the good in the questions that I'm going to ask you. In your book, you describe how after Jesse's murder by Lanza, you went on the journey of healing.
Yes.
And even before, you said that you had read a book called You Can Heal Yourself by Louise Hayes.
Yes.
And that you educated both JT and Jesse in their power to choose how they would react and view life.
Yes.
And that sometimes you'd say, you know, you have the power to, and then Jesse would say, yeah, Mom, I know, choose.
Yes.
In the aftermath of the shooting, there were more than 500,000 letters of condolences that were sent to you,
Yes, and mostly by little kids
and drawings.
and drawings.
Shortly after the shooting, you participated in an EMDR session.
Yes.
And during that session, you described a tunnel of light.
Should we explain what that is?
Well, EMDR is something that Dr. Crouch testified about.
Yes.
And
Okay.
it is a process whereby there is bilateral stimulation and visualization of bad memories.
Yes.
And you described seeing a tunnel of light.
I don't remember that. Can you read in my book where it says that?
Well, maybe this will remind you,
Okay.
and if not, we can go to the book.
Sure.
But you described seeing the children who've been murdered ascending into heaven,
Yes.
and a dark figure,
Yes.
and that dark figure was Adam Lanza.
Yes.
And the therapist that was helping you asked you what you wanted to do with it,
Yes.
and you sent him up to heaven too.
Yes.
Later, you spoke to the bipartisan task force on gun violence prevention and children's safety.
I don't remember that, but I'm sure I did.
It was the sort of the first time you'd been able to introduce Jesse's message of choosing love to the world.
Are you referring to the part in my book?
Yes.
Okay.
And you got a standing ovation.
Yes.
You met President Obama.
Yes.
He came to the funeral.
No.
Or
No.
you met him in Newtown right after.
Yes. 3 days after.
And
He
you
was speaking in town.
went to see him in Washington.
Yes.
And then he gave a speech at Hartford University, do you recall?
Yes.
And you met with him after the speech,
Yeah, in the hallway.
and you told him about your message. and
Yes.
choosing love.
Yes.
And he was very taken with the idea,
Yes.
and he gave you a hug.
Yes.
And he said that he would introduce you to his sister, who lived
Yes.
in Hawaii.
Yes.
And you went and visited with her.
Yes.
And she gave you tickets to go and meet the Dalai Lama.
Yes.
And you went to see the Dalai Lama with several friends,
Yes.
and were able to meet with him personally afterwards.
Well, he walked by me and we had an interaction. Yes.
And he hugged you,
He did.
and that must have been very special.
It was.
Since then, you've often spoken about Jesse's story.
Yes.
And you said that although Jesse's death could have destroyed me, hope, love, forgiveness, and faith have saved.
Yes.
You wrote, on that day, the world became one. On that day, the world chose love. I said, but we have to keep that going through awareness and education, nurturing, healing, love. Getting that message to the world is the reason Jesse was put on earth.
Yes.
He died for it.
Yes.
Your book was published in late 2013, early 2014,
October 2013.
about 10 months after.
Yeah, it was about the first 6 months of my healing process.
Would you agree with me that in the book, you don't discuss Alex Jones or any kind of hoaxers?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. You don't agree, or you don't?
No, I'm
discuss?
sorry.
Huh.
I did not.
Before the controversy that arose from the Megyn Kelly interview, had you taken time to watch Alex's show?
No, I did not.
who brought to your attention what had happened on the Megyn Kelly show and the subsequent Owen Schroyer?
Neil did.
Have you chosen to watch the entirety of the videos that have been presented in evidence here?
I have not.
You would agree that it's our jury's job to decide the case based on the facts and evidence?
Yes.
You have spoken your truth today, and your, I think, very honest belief that Alex, from the very beginning, victimized your family and yourself.
Yes.
Wouldn't watching the broadcast be the best way to know whether that was the case or not?
I had seen enough.
Objection, Your Honor. This goes back to the thought that it's already ruled that he has done that. So to ask that question as soon as it hasn't.
Hang on. So, not, I guess you're all right, I am going to strike the question and the answer because they go to an issue that's already been decided. So you can try and rephrase it in some other way to get to whatever you're trying to get to, but not that way.
We, I believe you testified about a picture of the Super Bowl.
I did.
With the names of the victims of Sandy Hook written on top of the photograph of the children who sank.
Yes.
Is your basis for testifying that InfoWars pushed that picture that somebody told you that?
I know that InfoWars has given a platform to the conspiracy theorists that say that Sandy Hook never happened.
I would agree with that, but my question is your basis for saying that InfoWars either displayed that photograph or pushed that photograph somewhere based on something somebody told you?
No.
Did you yourself see that picture being pushed on any kind of InfoWars broadcast?
No.
The video we saw played earlier.
Which one?
The video of Alex that was represented as having been taken today.
Yes.
Was just that clip given to you, or did you watch the entire broadcast?
I watched that.
Okay. Did anybody tell you what was said before or after that clip?
No.
Who provided you with the clip?
My team pulled it up. My son pulled it up and showed it to me.
Was he the one who created the clip, or did somebody else create it?
I don't know. No, my son was not. No, I don't know who created the clip.
Do you know who gave the clip to your son?
He found it on the internet.
Oh, understood. Let me ask you about Plaintiff's Exhibit 131. I think it's in front of you.
Yes.
And that is the email from Wolfgang Halbig.
Yes.
That email is dated September 9th, 2019. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are you aware that as of that date, it had been several years since Wolfgang Halbig had been on the InfoWars show or Alex's show?
No, I was on.
And plaintiff's exhibit 128 was an attachment to that.
Yes.
As you sit here today, do you know of any way that InfoWars could have known in 2014 or 2015 when How Big was on the show that he would go this crazy?
Objection, not speculation.
Same.
Lucy Richards.
I was gonna say, I don't think they checked his credentials.
May I respond to that? I mean, it's a standard.
I mean, you know what lawyers can do. You can ask for another question. You can make an argument to me about something. I'm not telling you how to do this.
Were you present for the testimony of Adan Salazar by deposition?
Was I present, like in the room?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, yes.
And so you saw that he testified that maybe he could have done a better job, but that he did look into Wolfgang Halbig's credentials at the time.
I saw that he did just a surface scratch of looking into his credentials.
Lucy Richards, she's the woman who left the terrifying message that we heard.
Yes.
She thankfully has never left a message like that for you.
Correct.
Lucy Richards has never worked for InfoWars, has she?
She is a devout follower of InfoWars. I don't know that she's ever worked for InfoWars. I don't know.
In fact, she's just a crazy lady, isn't she?
Seems so.
And there are crazy people in the world.
That's correct.
And sometimes they see things on television or they hear things on the radio and they do crazy. You testified about Dan Vidandi. I believe you were asking questions about Dan Vidandi coming to film a town hall meeting at Newtown. You recall that?
Questions I was asked?
Yes.
I don't remember, so I'm sorry. Can you read?
Do you, as I sit here today, do you know the name Dan Vidandi?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever had any personal contact with him?
No. I know what you're talking about. The mayor that would send out the emails telling us to stay home when they were in town.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
Yes.
And so you said, I believe, or perhaps Mr. Ball said, Dan Vidandi and others.
Yes.
The term and others.
Yes.
There were no other InfoWars people in Newtown, were there?
Objection, speculation.
I don't know.
You can allow it.
You testified that a man pulled into your driveway on Christmas Day.
Yes.
What year was that?
I don't remember.
And the man took some photographs. You went outside. You said, "Can I help you?"
Yes.
And he drove off.
Yes.
He scared you, but you really don't know why he was there.
He was there to photograph my property. He took a picture of me standing on my porch.
Are you still in therapy today?
Yes.
How often do you attend therapy?
I travel a lot. And I've had many therapists and done many different kinds of therapies in the last 10 years. So I am currently in therapy. The different kinds that I have several times a month.
I'd say different types of therapy.
I have different
on
types of
days.
therapy. Yes.
Can you estimate for us how much you've spent on therapy since the tragedy at Sandy Hook Elementary School?
Objection closed. So it's from
Overruled. If you know, if you don't know, you can always say that you don't know.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know.
Less than $500,000,
Yes,
less than $200,000.
less than $50,000. I don't know.
The therapists that you are seeing now, how much do they charge?
Charges, I'm not $150 an hour.
And so about how much per month would you say that you spend on therapy? You're a published author,
I am.
and I think you've written 3 books,
I have,
a children's book,
before the tragedy.
and then since then you've written 2.
Nurturing Healing Love and Choose Love. It's about the movement and about the program and the history of that and how it can positively impact people. That's the 3rd book. Yes,
You work at your foundation,
I do.
and I think you have 5 or 6 employees.
Yes,
You've made many media appearances.
yes,
Starting in 2013 and ongoing to the present day.
correct.
You've appeared on CNN, yes,
Yes,
various talk shows.
yes,
You're also a motivational speaker.
I speak for the Choose Love movement. I speak to schools and parent groups.
You speak to private organizations as well.
I have on a limited basis.
If one navigates to the Choose Love movement website, one can find a place where one can make an inquiry for a private event,
Yes,
and it says you'll speak for 2 hours.
I'll speak for as long as you will let me speak.
And can you tell the members of the jury how much is the suggested honorarium for your speaking engagement?
It may be $5,000.
Would 10 be more accurate?
It could be 10, 5 to 10.
During this period that we've been discussing, from 2013, at least,
Can I clear something up? 100% of the proceeds of all 3 of my books, as well as 100% of the proceeds of everything that I do, including my speaking, go directly to the Choose Love movement. If an organization pays me, they do not write a check to me. They write a check to the movement. I just want to clear that up.
the movement does, your 501c3 nonprofit does employ you as well.
I am employed. I am a human being. I have expenses. I have to live. Yes.
To my previous question, from 2013, from the day of the shooting until, let's say, this litigation began, no one at InfoWars, and certainly not Alex Jones, ever said your name.
I don't know that.
Have you asked?
Have I asked InfoWars?
Have you asked anyone whether your name was ever mentioned?
I guess I feel like it has been in association.
And that's because you feel that by speaking about parents in general, that is a reference to you.
It includes me. Yeah, I feel like it does.
InfoWars has never published your book.
Thank you.
InfoWars has never published your ad.
Are these questions, Mr. Reno?
Have they?
I don't know. Are you asking me or telling me?
I'm asking you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know.
And InfoWars has never directed anyone to harass you. Isn't that true?
I don't know. They sent people to Sandy Hook. Then they've definitely harassed people there.
Well, in fairness, they sent.
That's my community. And they don't know that I was not going to be around.
Well, the person, Dan Badandi, went to a meeting that was set up to hear FOIA requests for information regarding the Sandy Hook shoot. True?
I don't know, but I did see him harass people on the way out. And I know the people that he harassed.
Understood. That
Yes.
was an open government meeting. True?
I don't know. I don't really know. I don't know what FOIA stands for.
Freedom of Information.
Okay.
That was a meeting to address Freedom of Information Act requests made by Mr. Halbert. True?
I don't know. I don't know what the meeting's about.
Certainly a meeting like that, it's fair to have press.
Yes.
That's what.
Oh,
Kevin LaPratt, Will Turbot. Those are names of people who were with Mr. Badani. You aware of that?
Yes, I saw other people there. I wasn't aware of their names.
Right, so to say that Mr. Badandi was the only person that went to Newtown would not only be misleading, but it would be a lie, right?
Yes.
It wouldn't make a lot of sense to put that man in your book, would it?
No.
So I assume that's why you did.
That book is about healing.
Hopefully you can begin that after today. Thank you.
Mr. Reynolds?
It's fair to say, Ms. Lewis, that other than Mr. Badandi, you don't know who all went to that meeting.
That's correct.
Would it be relevant to you, as you sit here today after having answered those questions from your lawyer, to know whether or not Mr. Jones apologized during that same broadcast?
Judging not relevant. And but also scope of the
Scope is sustained. Sustained. All right. Now it is the jury's time. It's 2:47. We'll probably end up making this our mid-afternoon break as well, but let's try to get the questions, if there are any, to me relatively quickly so that I can look at them. Remember all of my previous instructions. This is independent opportunity, no conversation, no research, all the same rules. You're excused.
All rise.
Is anyone else as cold as I am? Or are you guys comfortable? Some of the fans can be turned down or off. Let's turn these two in the front off. Oh, shut the door. Don't tell them, they don't shut it. You can sit down, Ms. Lewis, you can go back down to the council table. When we come back in, you'll need to be in the hall, and I know you are. You can go down there. Did you both get copies of version 2 of the charge?
Yeah, we guys also.
Okay, that's fine. I don't think we're gonna need it until the end of the day, but I wanted to make sure you had it and had an opportunity to take a look at it. I'll be back in a little bit. Yes.
One second, please. I'll meet you back in the space, okay?
Wait till that one goes up.
Oh, that's fine.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, that's. Because that we turn out to cut it, right? Oh my goodness. You did? I'm trying to turn mine up. Yeah. Here, I'll tell you what. You come on this.
I know I gave it.
So I said no, and Martin said yes. And he gave a full word. Well, exercise. So, shit. That's insane. That's here.
I was just checking.
Where you go outside, standing.
You guys want that one thing that's still on, or? No. It's never been breathing.
You do.
time. Yes. It's- Right there. Oh, yeah, it's really good, August.
So, I don't know. Soros. Oh, yeah. Why can't I get a trip to Davos? That's my question.
Yes, yeah, that's right, right, so that's a control next to.
There you go.
Yeah.
No, I run my own. For music teachers and college students, so they don't go back and forth.
Better?
Never done.
This,
That's true.
this,
Like you're enjoying it.
it's not doing it.
I mean, it's hard to.
Send email. Being muffled. Right. 2 here. We put you directly in.
We don't have any idea how long she's gonna. Yeah, she said she'd be back. Did she say a time?
No,
She said she'd be back a little bit.
she's combining the jury questions with the break, with the
Okay.
breaks you do 20 minutes. I think the jury the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, but I think it's it. Hopefully it's better with the time all turned off. I'll have them listen. Yeah, because sometimes. In here. Yeah.
I want this one.
Oh.
All right. That's you. Oh, this good. Usually my copies back, so you know. I'll tell you what, man.
check and interview renowned people. I mean, I interviewed like former U.S. Attorney Generals and members of Congress and former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I mean, that's who we would go for these films, top economists, just really big names for these films. And they were very, very popular. So that's where I've been journalistic and done a good job. I guess with the age of the internet, people grabbing clips out of talk radio or talk TV and mixing it together, I can see how it can, cause problems. That's why I've admitted that I've made a lot of mistakes, but none of it was done from some master plan deal. It was done from a bedroom in my house.
Sustained.
So one of the things I noticed about you is that you have a very distinctive voice, very deep, sort of gravelly voice. Did your voice always sound that way?
No.
What happened to your voice? Why does it sound the way it does?
Well, I remember the two demonstrations where I finally wrecked it. And one was about 12, 13 years ago. It was actually film of it.
Objection, relevance.
No, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Voice has changed. I don't know what that is.
Do you have some way to tie this to the damages portion of this? No. I'll address you if I'm talking to you.
This is so that the jury can understand who my client is and properly assess his credibility, his demeanor.
Sustained.
Let me ask you directly about InfoWars as we're coming into the period where Sandy Hook occurs. Okay?
Yes.
About how many employees did you have circa 2012?
I'd say about 45, 50.
And where were you broadcasting from?
What year?
2012.
Oh, I was broadcasting from offices, studio.
In terms of size, how does that compare to, for example, the New York Times in terms of how many employees?
Objection, speculation. I don't believe this witness has any personal knowledge about the New York Times employee lawsuit.
So you can only answer the question if you have actual knowledge about how many employees the New York Times has. Otherwise, you have to say I don't know.
So as a member of the media, are you generally familiar with the different media organizations that are in the industry?
Yes.
And based on that knowledge of the industry, can you tell us size-wise how your organization compares to the New York Times or to CNN?
It's between 1/100th and 1/20th the size of those different organizations. If you count it for employees and bureaucracy and the number of offices and things they do.
So I want to ask you some questions about the different formats of the different shows that InfoWars broadcasts. Can you tell us what the sort of different segments are that would appear on a given day at InfoWars circa 2012?
There was my 4-hour radio show that in 2012 was just a webcam on me for people that wanted to watch it online. And then it was me at a desk with a camera, which was in 2012. And then, that was it, basically.
At some point, did you all begin to have additional segments besides just you doing your radio show and answering callers?
Well, yes, that's, now I understand what your first question was. What was the different types of media we were doing?
Yeah.
There was the syndicated radio show. There was also had a visual component, digital video online. And then there was documentary making. And that's what I had 10 or so people working on with me. And then I started to develop reporters and people to go out and actually cover like live events and protests and things that were going on. And then we also did everything in-house. So we had our own shipping department to be able to ship out books and films, not just my books and films, but a lot of other authors, books and films. So we would interview a lot of those authors. And so that's what we were doing back then.
Now, your radio show, was it purely a call-in show? Or did you also go sort of on rants about different issues that you were seeing?
Yes, we would have a lot of calls. Sometimes the whole show would be calls. Sometimes it'd be all guests. Sometimes I would just decide that I had so much news that I was going to just cover up to 100 stories on there and just look at them. The audience knows whether it's the BBC or whether it's an InfoWars story or whatever it is, they can choose. They can go look it up for themselves. We're just covering what's in there. And so we just bam, bam, bam. It's the same way today. Like Pelosi's in Taiwan. What do you think of it? You think there's going to be a war? The Chinese are threatening war. Oh, look, Biden fell down again. Oh, look, that they found another trailer full of 50 dead people in Texas. It's horrible. We got to do something about this. And it's just coming up next. It's real simple. I got a stack of news. We're going to play a video clip of Bill Maher, saying we need to depopulate the human population. And let's take calls. What do you think about Bill Maher saying we should get rid of the majority of people? Well, who's going to do that? Who's going to do the killing? I think this is wrong. I think it's dangerous. I think it sounds like Hitler. I mean, that's what we do.
And how did, at the time, 2012, how did you source the stories that you wanted to cover during that segment of your talk radio or
95% of what we were covering was mainstream news going, look, they're saying this, do you believe it? Or what do you make of this? It's that kind of thing, is that we would simply do what talk radio does. That's what talk radio does. That's what Larry King did, is you stack of news articles, talk about what's going on, what people are saying, ask callers, what do you think of that? Do you buy that? What do you think is going to happen next? Are there really WMDs in Iraq? Are they lying about it? And then the talk show hosts make their predictions about what they think. And then the talk radio listeners basically keep note and see who's the most accurate. And it becomes a big game to see who has made the best predictions and things like that. And so that kind of lends itself to the very nature of a soapbox, is people speculating. That's the nature of people going to a park and standing up in Speaker's Corner in London for 600 years and giving their opinion. That's what free speech is.
Now, please tell the members of the jury, has your method where you get your stories, has that changed over the years from 2012 until today?
No, it's not really changed. I mean, we have clips from the news where it's like, here's a clip of this person saying this. And we always try to actually play it in context. Most of our clips are about 2 minutes long. So they're not little deceptive clips. They want to show what somebody actually said. And we'll just play a clip, give our opinion, and ask callers what they think about it. Or again, we'll say, should Pelosi go to Taiwan? The Chinese are threatening war. And I said yesterday, I don't really like Pelosi. I don't want war with China, but I think it's good she's going, because we should stand up for ourselves and not be pushed around. And then we take calls and say, what do you think? Well, I think you're wrong. We shouldn't go over there. I think you're right. I mean, it's really that simple.
Do you also, did you then and do you now also hold debates?
We do.
How do you decide to host the debate and who are going to be the debaters?
Any issue that is being contested that people think is interesting. We had a Sandy Hook debate where we had a newspaper reporter on who said he thought that it really happened. And we had like a professor, or I forget exactly who on, who thought that there was questions. And that's the type of thing that we did. I can understand then that people, again, take clips out of that and move that around, and that it can cause problems. And that's why now, I mean, I can say I'm more timid, even though the head of the state police questions Uvalde in Texas, even though they stood down for 77 minutes, I think it happened. But I've just gone, whoa, I'm going to try to leave this alone as much as possible, just because they'll take what I've said out of context. But my listeners are now mad at me because I'm not covering it when, I mean, something went on 77 minutes and the kids are begging for help and the police just stand there, and the state police in Texas say that the head of the state police says, we don't know the truth. And it's because of things like that that people just get completely blown away and confused by what's going on. But now I realize that those are such touchy subjects that I don't touch it with a 10-foot pole.
And is that a result of this case?
You know, it's a result of a lot of stuff. Like in the past, I would have gotten in a car and driven down there. And I think that's what journalists should do. But we didn't go down there because I don't want to be associated with the corporate media and the lawyers and the people that swarm around these mass shootings. I don't want to be like them. So they've accused me of being Mr. Mass Shooting and all this stuff with Sandy Hook when I've covered less than 1/10 of 1% over the years. And so I don't want to be like them. So we didn't send reporters to Uvalde, and the American people can figure out what's going on. But I'm not going to get involved in it.
So we've talked about the call-in portion. We've talked about hosting debates. Do you also interview? And I think we talked about doing the news based on what you're reading. Do you also interview guests?
I do.
And do you always select the guest that you're going to interview, or sometimes does one of your producers suggest to you, hey, you should interview this person?
In radio, the producer isn't the person paying for it. But, you know, in Hollywood or TV, the person paying for the entertainment show is called the producer. In radio, it just means the booker. And then they call and get the guest on the line or on Skype, and they check into the person. We get all these guest offers and things. In the past, I would do cursory stuff and sometimes mail it in with guests. That's just what talk radio does. I mean, I was a producer for other shows 25 years ago, not just my own show. And they were pressuring us. I was helping produce on a sports show to get up to 5 guests an hour. So you're just calling people that are already, you know, in the news, they're sportscasters or pundits, just like ESPN now. You see all these different writers and talk shows on the show. So it's the same for political stuff. You're just getting guests that are in the news that are interesting and then getting their opinion about things. And so now most of the time, though, I say, I want this person, I want that person, and I'm more in control of the guest that I have. But in the past, we let more things driven by the internet and by 4chan and 8chan that in every case I've had problems. It's been a curse. I'm not tagging everybody that's on there, but I tell my producers, do not touch it when it's on there, because it's the kiss of death and it causes nothing but problems.
Why is it, do you think it's important to interview people who are causing a stir on the internet or on social media? Why do you feel like that's a good thing to do in terms of your listeners?
Well, I mean, most of the time we're not just interviewing people that have caused a stir. When I say like there's a big controversy or there's a big story, if there's riots in Hong Kong and we can find a reporter who'll come on the show, we get them on. It's whatever the big topic is. That's just how news is. And more, I don't really follow the news model of covering the news. In the past I did. We still do it a lot. But now I mainly just talk about philosophy and the big picture and then have some guests on. And the show's gotten more Christian, because I'm a Christian, but as things progress, all things happening in the world, I'm moving more towards doing a self-help, life experience type show than the political show. In fact, I've been trying to segue out of this just because I think we have to change individuals. Kind of like Scarlett was saying earlier, more than we're going to change the world. We can't change ourselves, then we're never able to change the world. And I've made a lot of mistakes, and I've learned a lot in that process. And I've also learned how the corporate media is able to completely manipulate a story once you're caught in it, and then manipulate other people. And if anything, I want to teach people about how that process works, because they say I'm the mastermind that figured out how to manipulate people, and I didn't have any understanding of it coming. And now I've seen it from the inside, the way this stuff goes on. And I think only getting the individual awake and aware and not under its control is the way to beat it. And you can't just cover a bunch of news and get somebody to understand that. You can't be told about the Matrix. You got to see it.
Let's slow down a little bit. And I want to ask you about sort of how with these responsibilities, how your typical day sort of shapes up, okay? How many hours a day are you on the air?
I'm on the air about 4 hours a day.
And since when have you been on the air about 4 hours a day?
I've been on the air 4 hours a day since about 1997, 98.
And in order to prepare for those 4 hours that you're going to be on the air every day, well, let me ask you this. How many days a week?
I'm on the air 6 days a week.
So in order to prepare for 4 hours a day, 6 days a week, how many hours per day do you spend on prep for your show?
I spend about 2 hours at night, about 2 hours in the morning, and then I do some research in the afternoon.
In addition to prepping for your show for about 4 hours and being on the air for about 4 hours, do you have other responsibilities?
I do.
And what are your other business responsibilities?
Well, we don't have a lot of sponsorship because with sponsorship comes the control of the sponsor's political views. And so we sell books and films and other things to fund ourselves. And then you got to source that. You got to have that. You got to get good deals on that because a lot of times, like in the case of historical food, we're only making 20–30% on it. So you're competing against Amazon. And so you've got to really spend some time on that.
And about how many hours per day do you spend on general business administration?
2 or 3 hours.
So your average day, would you say, is somewhere between 11 hours, 12 hours a day?
Yes.
6 days a week?
Yes.
Do you depend on other people to help you produce your show and decide what you're going to talk about?
I do. I depend on my crew, and I depend on, really what they do is they just give me hundreds of clips that are in mainstream news, alternative news, things that are happening, video clips, and I'll sit there on my computer and just review them. And then I tell them, just print me the top stories off of 10 or 15 news sources. And I say, go through everything, randomly change it up. So everything from Japanese news to news in Mexico to, the BBC to the LA Times to just everything. And then also alternative media. But more and more, we just show clips of what's actually happening out in the world. It's not disputed. There's just stacks of news. You can be on air 24 hours a day. All you're doing is like a curator, just showing people, hey, we looked at this, we think it's interesting. We looked at that. The idea that there's like certain stories that are like these big bonanza stories that we focus on is just not the case. There's a glut of news and information.
So we've talked about your responsibilities and your duties and your work day at InfoWars. Do you also appear on other people's shows?
Yes, I've been on thousands of different programs in the last 27, 28 years.
Any that we would have heard of?
I've been on Howard Stern, been on his network many times. I have been on Joe Rogan's show many times, even predating his current podcast, done in 25 years. I've been on The View. I've been on Piers Morgan. I've been on 20 or 30 BBC shows. I've been on Japanese television. I've been on Saudi Arabian TV. I've been on Israeli TV. I've been on Brazilian television, Brazilian radio, Mexican TV and radio. I've been on basically a lot.
Let's focus in the year 2012, how many hours per day was InfoWars broadcasting? Not just your show, but everything.
Well, there's broadcasting and then there's just videos that we're uploading. I'd say.
How many hours of content per day?
6 hours, 7 hours.
Okay, and in 2013, about how many hours per day?
2018?
No, 2013.
Oh, 2013. The same amount.
And 2014,
I'd say a little more, maybe 7.
and 15,
The same.
16,
The same.
17,
Sorry, just 1 second. Oh, sorry. My torn larynx, that's one of my voices I do. Sorry, what were you saying?
I was asking you how many hours per day content is being produced and uploaded or streamed on InfoWars in 2017.
Probably 7, 8 hours as well.
And 18,
Then it increases to 10 hours a day, or in 17 it did. In 17 it increases to 10 hours a day, and then it stayed about that.
and it's stayed constant now at about 10 hours per day since then.
There's 10 hours that's always there. That's talk radio on TV, and then we also put out some other reports and videos.
Okay, so the answers you just gave us of 7 hours per day, basically up until 2016, and then starting in 2017, 10 hours per day. That is content that's on the radio that's being streamed.
And being picked up by some radio stations.
So as we sit here today, since 2017, InfoWars has been producing about 3,120 hours of content per year.
I haven't done the math. Is that what that calculates out to?
I will represent to you that it is.
It's, 6 days a week. We do a little bit less on Sunday. Sometimes do stuff on Saturday. I mean, that sounds about right. There's no exact number. We never organize it all, so I don't know. Excuse me, sorry.
When did you start bringing on other hosts that have their own programs?
They started the nightly news in like 2015. I don't have the exact dates. So we started the nightly news that David Knight and Liam Mackey and others would host sometime before the 2016 election.
How did you pick who was going to be the first host for the nightly news?
Well, I hosted it sometimes, and so did David Knight mainly. Sorry, really bad deal here.
You need some more water?
No, it's a torn larynx. It's gotten a lot worse. It's real bad this week, so that's what's going on. It's not getting a voice like that. It'll get better in a minute. What were we saying?
I was asking if
Sorry, go ahead.
if David Knight won a contest in order to be on the show.
Yes, he did.
Tell us about how that worked.
We had a contest of news videos and reports, either the best. And I don't think he won. I think he entered the contest. And we hired him. He came out with his family from North Carolina. He was an engineer and also had done a lot of writing for publications and things. And so he was just a natural for the show.
Mr. Jones.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm sorry. I've had surgery on this. It's been like this for 10 years. It's really bad now. So.
That's the exception to the food and the.
There you go. Go ahead.
Alex, you obviously have a very busy work schedule for yourself. Do you tell the other hosts what to say or what to cover?
We're starting to. Well, I mean, no, not the past. Not really. Very rarely. Other than I try to pick people that already have done shows, that I've seen their work, that I think are trying to tell the truth, that are smart, and who are funny. I think we've done a pretty good job of that. But they're definitely, we're trying to put in more oversight and be more careful, obviously, about what we do. We've definitely learned a lesson from this process of not just things we did wrong, but how people misrepresent what we've done.
Is it fair to say that yourself and most of your hosts are self-taught through the radio business?
Owen has a degree in media, but he'll tell you he didn't learn anything with that. It was all working at those radio stations from the bottom, up, got on air to the top. And it's the same way Owen had a similar skill that I did. I mean, I volunteered when I was at talk radio. I wasn't paid the first 6 months, and then I got into sales and things. But I was doing producing for sports shows. I even got hired by the Howard Stern show to do an interview with Dennis Hopper and some other folks at a big film festival at the Governor's Mansion. So I did that, and I worked for Howard Stern on that job. So I was doing everything, and then that was unpaid to do that.
Would you say that your organization is more like a radio show, or more like a newspaper, like the Austin Statesman?
No, we don't pretend to be. We're more like the op-ed page in a newspaper, giving our opinion, and say the investigative journal section or something. So yes, we're like the op-ed, or we're like the funny papers as well. I mean, we've got really serious stuff we do, where we say, here's the documents, here's where they said it, this is what's going on. And then we also have the op-ed opinion stuff we do, which is what talk radio is. And then we also have satire and things like that, where it's completely obvious that I'm dressed up in like Cobra Commander, that I'm not actually Cobra Commander. People know that's a joke.
Let's talk a little bit about where you get your funding. When's the last time you had a corporate sponsor for InfoWars?
You mean a big one?
Yeah.
I had some corporate sponsors when I was against George W. Bush and the war. We lost a lot because we were anti-war, but we still had some big ones. I mean, we had like car companies, clothing lines, everything. We were making a lot of money to expand the operation, going back to about 2005 up to when Obama got in. And then being anti-war was not allowed anymore. For whatever reason, I wasn't anti-Obama, I was anti-war. So I continued with being anti-war, and we lost all our sponsors. We lost, that was about 80% of the money we were making with sponsors. We lost about $10 million. It was gross money to fund the operation right away when we didn't toe the line with all the wars.
And so when you lost all that corporate sponsorship because of your position against the war, did you transition to a different business model?
Yes, we'd already been selling some books and films, but we accelerated it. And I said, well, I'm not going to let them shut me down. I said this on air. I said, you want to shut us down? We're $10 million a year. I remember saying, I'm going to go to $70 million a year. I'm going to put it into everything. We're going to advertise. We're going to explode. And so that was my promise, and I fulfilled it.
And why is it important for you to be self-funded?
That's what the system fears. It's actually come out in some of the presidential library documents out of Little Rock, that the system fears any independent organic media, whether it's liberal or conservative, that isn't controlled by the big corporations. They want a fake left and a fake right that's synthetic. And by fake, they're real groups. They just kind of toe a line, stay within certain guardrails, and then society doesn't ever change for the better. Instead, we need independent grassroots media that is self-funded, whether it be through donations or whether it be through product sales, so that we can have real diversity of ideas in this world we live in.
What do you use the term synthetic as well as fake? What do you mean when you say synthetic?
These are a lot of military terms that I learned just by researching psychological warfare, because I knew that they were using it against us So I went and last 20 years got some of the declassified ones, but a synthetic event is real stuff happening, but they put in place people to help it happen and kind of provocateur to get it started. So if you have two pit bulls killing each other, that's a real event. But people that throw them in that pen together for that fight, they made it happen. They brought the dogs there. They raised the dogs. They trained them how to fight. They threw them in the pit. So there's two dogs really killing each other, but it's synthetic because people made it happen. So when I talk about staged, most of the time, I mean, they knew it was going to happen and they stood down and let it happen. And that was my view the first few years of Sandy Hook. Anybody can pull up the Washington Post, you name it, about FBI going out there, him threatening to shoot up a school, nothing being done. Same story, CIA, he was hacking stuff. So that's where everybody thought it was really suspicious up front, was because those telltale signs that we've seen before of those type of synthetic connections, which don't always mean it was staged, but that's the type of things people look for. So you've got different types of false flags. You've got synthetic is a way to describe it really happened, but there were forces in there letting it happen.
This kind of like the idea of purposefully focusing people on a particular news story because you want them to vote a certain way or do a certain way.
A synthetic event.
Wait. When you hear objection, you have to stop.
Objection, maybe.
Sustain.
Give us another example of how that works.
Well, take that clip earlier today they aired. At the beginning of the clip, I say I believe Scarlett Lewis is real. I believe her son died. I'm very, very sorry. And they cut that off the front. And then they cut me saying I was sorry off the end. And they brought a real clip, but it's synthetic, to try to deceive you. And I hope you get to see the real clip. And then you'll figure out everything else that's been going on.
Let's go back to InfoWars and its business model. Do you sell vitamins?
Yes.
Are your vitamins FDA certified?
No, they're not.
Why not?
1996 law, the FDA has no jurisdiction over any nutraceuticals, not the ones at Whole Foods, not the ones at GNC, and not ours. And ours are private labeled, top brands that are sold at Whole Foods and GNC. We have them made by the top lab recognized in the United States. All we do is put our label on it, so we know it's triple tested, the highest quality, and that's why people love it, because it is the best out there. And I'll give it to Whole Foods, and I'll give it to GNC and others. They've got the same stuff. There's all sorts of crap you can buy at a gas station out there. That's not what ours is. I mean, we buy our PQQ and CoQ10 from the Japanese. I mean, it's the best. Costs 5 times what synthetic PQQ and CoQ10 costs.
Ms. Karpova was asked about plaintiff's exhibit 35, which is in evidence. I'm going to put on the camera here. Can you see that?
Yes, barely.
Reading glasses.
No, that I'm barely sure.
Well, let me walk it up to you, and you can tell us just generally what kind of document that is.
It's like some type of sales log.
And can you tell us what year it begins at?
Looks like September 2015.
And can you flip to the last page and tell us what year it ends?
It ends It ends in December 2018.
If you flip back to the front, can you see the headings?
Yes.
Can you see the column that?
Yeah. Don't worry, it's not COVID, it's the torn larynx. Sorry for that.
There is a column that is labeled invoice.
Yes,
Would that represent gross sales?
I believe so.
And let's flip to the last page and you can tell us what the gross sales number is.
165,230,000.
Can you tell the members of the jury how much of that represents profit versus just gross revenue?
It depends on what product it is. Some products make 20%, some products make 60%. Like on a book, you might be 20, 30%. On food, it's that, and that's the biggest type things. On supplements, if they're on sale, you make 50% of it. If it's not on sale, you make more than that. Sometimes 100% markup. Usually it's on sale. So it really all depends. I can tell you bottom line numbers though, of how much money I've been paid, things like that, or how much money's there.
Before we discuss that, let's talk about InfoWars, the organization. Would you describe it as organized or chaotic?
It's a mix of both, but it is the opposite of corporate. And there's no corporate culture, and there's no people are very happy there overall, and it's very, very diverse, and people stay there a long time. And but I would say the sales department and the shopping cart, that's in another building. It's not even there, and it's kind of like two groups that don't really talk to each other. So the disorganization is between people that do production and the people that do the sales and the warehouse and stuff. And we're trying to get that integrated. But
maybe this is an easier way to go after it. Let's discuss, for example, email. How much email does InfoWars routinely get?
I mean, I know when we look to comply with the discovery, which we complied with, it was over 10 million that they had a search that was still in the inbox unopened. So it's 10 million unopened and a few 100,000 opened. And that's why there's a lot of stuff we never saw because it was in the 10 million emails.
So about how much email would you say you get on a given day, just sent by random people?
I can't answer that because about 10 years ago, I got rid of my email address because it was getting 20,000 a day. And so that was one of the things they didn't believe there wasn't an Alex in InfoWars because, well, of course you got an email. I'm like, no, I don't. That's like, it doesn't exist because I can't read that. It's just, I can't read 20,000 emails.
How many employees would InfoWars have to have, in your view, if you were to actually read every message, every email, every tip that's sent in?
It would take 10, 15, 20 people. We go bankrupt, which we are now.
Going back to, I want to ask you a question. There's a term that's been thrown around during this trial of the truther community or truth people. What does that?
I have a couple motions I'm going to take up outside the presence of the jury. I don't know if you want to do that now or what's done with the jury.
That really depends on you, Mr. Bankston, whether you think I need to hear them now or later.
I'm worried they need to be heard contemporaneously, so I'd like to go ahead.
All right. We're gonna just sit tight for a second. We're gonna take a break. I don't know if it will eat up the rest of the afternoon or not, so I'm not gonna release you in case it doesn't. I want to not waste any time. And so I'll send someone back if you're gonna go or if you're gonna come back. Remember all of my instructions. On the chance that I don't see you before tomorrow, please arrive at 8:45 like normal for us to get started. Thank you.
All rise.
Shut the door behind you, please. Thanks. All right, Mr. Jones, you can go back down to council table. Everyone may be seated.
You go to the bathroom, you go out there.
You just have to wait until the jury has moved to their space before you can leave the room. All right. All right, Mr. Bankson.
I don't know what's going on there, but I need to bring a couple motions there for jury instructions, and then I'm gonna go ahead and bring a motion for sanctions right now on the record. I know you don't want to hear it from the shop. Make a jury instruction now. We have, as you know, there's been a pattern of Mr. Reynolds blatantly violating MIL's court rules. Mr. Reynolds just absolutely solicited direct testimony from Mr. Jones that he is bankrupt. Mr. Jones just testified straight into the record that he's bankrupt, which is not true, which is a sham that's going on right now, which Mr. Jones pulled $60 million out of his company last year. But the most important part, Your Honor, is you have a motion when we entered in this case that is in no uncertain terms that they cannot, due to violating your orders repeatedly to provide network information, they cannot apply evidence in that work. Mr. Jones just intentionally did that in violation of your order to attempt to poison this compensatory damage verdict, to try to tell this jury that he's broke when he's not. And that's in violation of your order. And Mr. Reynolds drew that right out of him, totally expecting that to happen. It was very obvious from the question he asked, once Mr. Jones tell this jury he's broke. That is ridiculous. The second is that he absolutely, Mr. Jones just fully testified that we complied with discovery. I am under the standing MIL, not permitted to mention discovery disputes. But we both know Mr. Jones did anything but comply with discovery and did that for 4 years, thumbing his nose in the face of this court in rank contempt. There needs to be an instruction to the jury that he did not comply with discovery, that materials that were repeatedly ordered by this court will not turn over. Some of that includes his net worth information. And I also would like an instruction to the jury to disregard and strike his comments that about him being bankrupt, which they are to take as having no evidentiary value and is not true. Otherwise, I am deeply prejudiced going forward. The other thing that Mr. Jones testified to is that he doesn't communicate by email, doesn't have emails to turn over. You know from the motion for sanctions that involved defendant's former counsel tampering with evidence, that they tampered with a piece of evidence to hide the fact from me that Mr. Jones does have an email and was communicating with me. To this date, we still don't know what that email is. We don't know, haven't been produced any of it, but Mr. Jones is just repeatedly lying on the stand in ways that I cannot counter because they deal with your discovery rulings. I want the jury to be instructed to disregard all that testimony, that it has been already found by the court that Mr. Jones does have it, that he did not turn those emails over and did not admit and denied the existence of that email, that he did not comply with discovery, that he is not bankrupt and the jury is not to consider it. Additionally, on top of those instructions, we are now formally moving for sanctions against both Mr. Jones and Mr. Reynolds, who we believe intentionally solicited testimony to sabotage this jury. And I would not normally make that accusation so openly against a fellow attorney, had that attorney not continually violated rules of this court on every single day, including before putting Mr. Jones on, clearly attempting to solicit from a witness an attorney-client communication earlier into this day, which, as we've seen him violate rules that a first-year law student should know, a first-day law student should know not to ask the plaintiff about her communications with counsel. This is absolutely in bad faith. Therefore, we'd like jury instructions and we're filing a motion for sanctions.
Would you like to respond, Mr. Reynolds?
If Your Honor thinks it necessary, I will. I think that Your Honor can review the transcript of my questions. I don't think my questions elicited that testimony. I'm sorry that that came out. I don't think that there was anything I could have done in my questioning that would have prevented it from happening. I know that Your Honor has contemporaneous transcript and can look it over. So I would urge you to do so. because I'm sorry it happened. I tried to move on very, very quickly. I think Your Honor saw me raise my hand. But I can only ask the questions.
Let me ask Mr. Jones a couple of questions while you're under oath.
Yes.
What did your attorney tell you about your testimony today? I want to be very careful. Were you instructed that there were some things you could not testify about?
Yes.
And do you remember what they were?
Yes.
And what were they? Just top level.
I'm trying to remember that. First, there was a document you put out saying, don't talk about free speech. Don't say I'm innocent, and a bunch of other stuff. And then that got withdrawn. I believe you withdrew it. I think it's called motion in limine.
Okay. So you don't remember?
No.
No.
I remember currently.
Stop. Remember day one where I said unfair world and you don't get to interrupt the judge? You remember that?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. But the judge gets to interrupt you.
Okay.
Remember that? Yeah. Okay. So you don't really remember what you were not supposed to testify about. That's what I'm hearing. You said, yes, I remember. No, I don't remember.
Well, I'll try to remember.
Okay. I don't want you to try and remember.
I
don't want you
things.
to try and remember. You either knew or you don't.
I remember him saying, don't talk about the financial stuff or something like that, like a week ago when I asked you. And then I remember today watching part of Heslin's testimony when I was coming here and him talking about the bankruptcy. So I thought that was totally fine. I mean, he gets to, why do I not get to do what he gets to do?
Mr. Jones, stop making, just stop.
Okay.
All right. You can sit down, Mr. Jones. Do you have any reply, Mr. Bankson?
Not really.
And actually, before I hear from you, you know whose obligation it is, Mr. Reynal, to make sure that any witness you put forward understands the orders in limine, understands what he is not allowed to say because of orders that I have made before now, right?
As an attorney, it's an impossible position.
That wasn't the question I asked you.
I know that it is my obligation to communicate Your Honor's orders. Beyond that, I think that's all I need to say.
Your Honor, the only thing I was saying, I actually probably need to ask for an additional jury instruction during the same testimony, and the reason why I do not believe that Mr. Reynal was keeping a tight leash on his client for MIL, and why I do believe he was intentionally trying to violate them, because Mr. Reynal had a long series of questions about whether Mr. Jones is a pundit who merely gives his opinion, does not provide facts, was not stating facts, was only giving his opinion. That's another one of your motion in limine, that the defendants cannot contest in this case that the statements that they were giving were merely protected opinions and not statements of fact. That all came out intentionally for Mr. Reynal. And you know, too, through the rest of this testimony, that he's been intentionally trying to drive out the liability sections of your MIL. As we said yesterday, we think he's intentionally trying to bring this trial. And if it really is a matter of, oh, whoops, I guess I forgot to remind my client not to suddenly blurt out to the jury that he broke on the day when he was screaming that he's going to do it, right? When he says, I'm going to come in there and this judge ain't going to hold me down. It's going to be her Waterloo. And then he comes in here and do that. Maybe we'd forgive it if he wasn't also asking questions that were directly in violation of motion. And Your Honor, we believe this is just egregious.
Your Honor, if
All
I
right.
may on that point, just on that point, Your Honor has ruled already that during this phase of the trial, we are to discuss and over my objection, all the issues raised by Rule 41.11. I've been objecting to that.
Except net worth.
Well, except net worth. And within that, for the jury to make an accurate determination, you need to talk about intent. You need to talk about degree of malice. You need to talk about how extreme the behavior was or wasn't. And so the testimony I'm eliciting, which I believe, I've never said, nor has my client said, that Your Honor's ruling shouldn't stand. But in order for the jury to be able to make a decision, they need to know the entire context and they need to understand the mental state of the participants. Because if not, they can't render a ruling on
The
punitive
problem
damages.
is, and you know this, and we've already had this conversation multiple times in this trial, in addition to it before this trial, the time for that was during discovery, when Mr. Jones chose not to fully participate. It is not the time to do that now. If there is anything that he would like to put forth as a defense, he needed to do it a year ago during the discovery process. It's too late now. And when you ask questions that imply or outright say that he didn't know how to be a journalist or he wasn't a journalist, you're calling into question my ruling, which was based on a long-standing principle in the law that if you intentionally, repeatedly, and over years, in this case, again and again, refuse to participate in discovery, that is proof that you do not have a meritorious defense. That was the basis of my ruling. You cannot attack that in this trial. For motions for sanctions, you've got to write them down. They're under advisement until they're written down and filed. We'll take that up post-trial.
Your Honor, so that I don't run afoul of your ruling.
I'm not done.
I'm sorry.
I don't even know what it is yet. For the motions seeking sanctions against Mr. Jones and Mr. Reynolds, you have to write those down. They have to be filed with the court. I'll take them up post-trial. That may mean during deliberations. That may mean later in August. I don't know. Assume it'll be as soon as I have time. So file a response if you want to. Mr. Jones, you may not say to this jury that you complied with discovery. That is not true. You may not say it again. You may not tell this jury that you are bankrupt. That is also not true. You may have filed for bankruptcy. I don't know that, but I've heard that. That doesn't make a person or a company bankrupt. You're already under oath to tell the truth. You've already violated that oath twice today in just those two examples. It seems absurd to instruct you again that you must tell the truth while you testify, yet here I am. You must tell the truth while you testify. This is not your show. You need to slow down and not take what you see as opportunities to further the message you're wanting to further. And instead, only answer the specific and exact question you have been asked. No asides. The comments about discovery, the comments about the larynx or whatever it was, the comments about bankruptcy, none of those were responsive to questions. They were just you abusing my tolerance and making asides to the jury improperly and in at least two cases, untruthfully. Do you understand what I have said? Yes or no? Do you understand what I have said?
Yes, I believe what I said was true. So I don't.
Yes, you believe everything you say is true, but it isn't. Your beliefs do not make something true. That is what we're doing here. Just because you claim to think something is true does not make it true. It does not protect you. It is not allowed. You are under oath. That means things must actually be true when you say them. Don't talk. You understand what I have said.
I do understand.
You understand the instructions I have given you for your testimony in court.
Yes.
I'm not going to bring the jury back today. My staff is listening. They can let the jury go home. We'll start back up tomorrow. When you come back to testify tomorrow, one more time, no asides. You understand what I mean when I say no asides?
Yes.
Answer only the question asked of you. Do you understand what I mean when I say only answer the question asked of you?
Yes.
You understand you will still be under oath when you return tomorrow morning
Yes.
to complete your testimony. And you understand that that means you must only testify about things that are true.
To the best of my knowledge.
If you don't know something, you don't say it. If you're asked about your opinion, you can give your opinion. But if you're asked to relate something that's truthful and a fact, it must be truthful and a fact, not an assumption, not a guess, not an opinion. Do you understand?
Yes.
You can sit down. Anything else?
Yes, ma'am. Just so that I can make sure that I don't run afoul of Your Honor's motion limine or earlier rulings.
Just to be clear, we call them motions. I don't issue motions. I issue orders. These are orders in limine and have been ordered since before this trial started.
Is Your Honor ordering me not to explore the nature of the wrong?
That is very broad.
The character of the conduct involved.
You may not elicit testimony designed to leave the jury with the impression that Mr. Jones and Free Speech Systems did not defame Mr. Heslin, or that Mr. Jones and Free Speech Systems did not engage in the intentional infliction of emotional distress against Ms. Lewis and Mr. Heslin.
I elicit evidence as to the low degree of culpability that should be ascribed to Free Speech Systems and to Alex Jones by virtue of his education, his situation, the situation of InfoWars, and what was going on.
So Mr. Jones was too ignorant to know that he was lying? Is that your defense?
Your Honor, my defense is for the jury, not for the court. I'm asking whether I can elicit testimony as to his mental state, to the organization of the company, to the standard practices in his industry, to what was going on in his personal life, all to illustrate the low degree of culpability that should be attributed to this company.
You can ask Mr. Jones questions about, similar to some of the questions or all the questions that were allowed when Ms. Karpova was on stand, that kind of touch on these same areas that were allowed. I think those are fair game. You can ask him. I mean, I think the answer is yes, as long as you're very careful.
True.
Anything else? From you, Mr. Reno?
No.
Anything else from you, Mr.
The
Reno?
only thing is I wanted to confirm to you that will be tomorrow morning, we'll be taking up whether there will be instructions and should I propose instructions to the court?
Yes, please propose the exact instruction you would like me to give. I think it would be appropriate to give those instructions, if any, before Mr. Jones retakes the stand.
Your Honor.
1 second, please. I think we need something. We need some instruction. So you can do it the way you did the proposed charge instructions. You can both send my office an email if you would like to. Yes, Mr. Reno.
Mr. Jones would like to say something that's directly relevant to what we've been discussing.
I am not.
Very briefly, Your Honor. I think it's important for my candor towards the court that you
Okay.
hear what he has to say.
I am not typically in the practice of hearing from parties, except when they are on the stand. And I don't see a reason to change that practice any more than I already have.
This is simply in line with your honor's question as to what he was instructed in terms of what he should testify.
It doesn't matter at this stage. I expect that you will go over the instructions as you are required to do under the rules, and I'm gonna leave it there. Anything else?
Nothing else, Your Honor.
From
Thank you.
either of you? Okay. Well, let's do a time check. We're certainly going longer than I think we had all sort of hoped. Mr. Reynal, you've used 10 hours and 33 minutes. And today it's very inflated because all the breaks I just attributed to extra. So it looks like we've worked, well, we have worked, but it's more than 5.5 hours for today. So the sort of extra category is 7 hours and 6 minutes. And Mr. Bankston, for your side, it's 17 hours and 3 minutes. So I haven't done the, let me hang on one second. Let me figure one thing out. Yeah, so today it's all out of whack because it's well over 6 hours, and I don't calculate. I calculate 5.5 a day. Anyway, I think we're okay. I'm going to say that we need to conclude. I think we will run into a problem and run out of time potentially if we go past the lunch hour with evidence. Do you have a witness once Mr. Jones is finished?
Mr. Jones is our own.
Okay. So hopefully we can get that. Anything else on the record?
No, Your Honor.
Let's go off the record. Anything else at all? We've gone over, witness would only be Mr. Jones. We've gone over hours. Is there anything else?
Will we be arguing tomorrow afternoon?
Yes, yes, we will do our formal charge conference as soon as Mr. Jones's questions from the jury are concluded. And then depending on breaks and all of that, we're gonna start. Anything else? All right.
One thing, Your Honor,
Oh,
would you?
there is something else.
Yeah, I was just thinking, would you, assuming everything goes just swimmingly as fast as it can tomorrow, which is hard to say, would you expect us to go into the punitive portion should the jury return a verdict very quickly?
So the problem is, I have to read the entire jury charge out loud.
Yeah.
And then I also have to read, I think it's a page, let me see real quick.
It's hard for me to believe that would happen. I just wanted to.
Yeah, I don't think it will either. I read a page of other instructions and then I read the entire charge out loud, which it's not that long. I mean, we have finalized it, but it's only 11 pages. And as you attorneys know, one of those pages is signature, so it's not that bad, but I still think that's 15 minutes. Then when they go back, they don't have any evidence because we have to review it on the record, and then it goes back. So I find it unlikely.
How would Your Honor like what evidence we do have to be on a thumb drive? How do we do that?
So to date, the only exhibits you've admitted are paper.
Didn't know there's a video.
It's been admitted.
It has. It's exhibit 67. It was admitted without objection.
Has it been played to the jury?
It has. It's the Father's Day message.
Oh, yeah, right. Okay, so far, what I have from you is 67. That's it, right? Where is it? Because once it's admitted, it's supposed to be up here with my court record.
It's in Your Honor's computer, courtroom computer.
Oh, in that one.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna need, and I'll be honest, I actually don't know what the system back there is. Oh, you know what? It's gonna be the exact same system as this because they're deliberating in a neighboring courtroom. So I will need a thumb drive or something similar that contains only admitted exhibits admitted to the jury and nothing else. Are you guys listening?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because the same thing goes for you. So if you had something that's a court exhibit, that's fine. You can give that to me separately. We have a few, but the videos are only the ones that are admitted in their admitted form, which for the plaintiff includes the full video and the clips. Does not include the deposition video, to make sure those are not on here. You understand that? Okay,
And this, Your Honor, is PX 32 that I moved into evidence today.
great. And leave it up here for Mr. Walk. Any other questions?
Here.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Sir.
All right. And today, gotcha.
Do you want to talk to him in the room, or would you want? I'm sure he's gonna have some questions.
But it's cool.
One more.
Thank you. Somebody had that damage or something. I was my swear to God. And I told you last week, somebody saying it's not true.
Yeah.
I apologize for they caught up with us. And then I told you. Send out, I apologize for everything.
And that he's slow and autistic.
No, I'm slow about certain things too. But wait, I'll be honest on air. I think people, a lot of the stuff you said, have been manipulated. Stuff.
That's it. I'm not talking to you. You're not doing this. That's not even a thought. That's not the way this goes.
Why, you can't feed them fake videos anymore?
No, shut up.
That's what you're trying to do, shut my mouth, you'll never succeed.
My son's autistic.
I think I'm autistic too, buddy. See that?
Not in this, not in the corporate.
Edited tapes, you guys got
Remember-
caught.
Downstairs.
Yeah,